Oh my God. All I want is a little bit of cash. That's all I need. Cash money. Oh my God, bro. Wait, what the fuck? Why does this have the wrong title? Hold on. YouTube has the wrong fucking title. Why? Fix YouTube. Why? Alright, that's better. Alright, it's live now. No, it's whatever. Sometimes in life, control is the only thing you have. You know what I mean? And so, just the opposite. When you don't have a lot and there's a lack of control, you can feel overwhelmed, anxious, not yourself, depressed, down, scared, insecure. This happens not the most often, but enough. It's my biggest thing is I tell people not to take shit personally because well, most of the time, like, I would say most of the time, most people aren't even thinking about someone else so deep to even take something personal. Sometimes it's like a combination of things, you know? It's like if you're having a bad day, just say you're like, you wake your alarm clock, you wake up late to go to work, and then there's traffic. And then you go to work, and your boss is like, what the fuck, why are you late? And then, like, something else happens, you know? And then you, like, come home, and it's just like, you can only, you know what I'm saying? Everything just comes out at once. Yo, Ty, hell yeah, do your thing. And, you know, sometimes it's just things, I don't know. Before I take things personal, I try to, like, I try to, like, do the quick math. Like, if I see somebody, like, if I know I didn't do anything wrong and I see somebody, like, freaking out, I'm kind of like, I try to think, like, okay, is there possibly something that's happened today? Is that person possibly having a bad day? You know what I mean? Or before I take it personal, I'm like, you know, especially when you know you didn't do anything wrong. It's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. And if someone is seemingly upset with me, I'm gonna like ask first, like, did I do something? Before like assuming that it's like all me. Especially if I know I didn't do shit. You know what I mean? So for with me, and that's like a whole thing. It's like that's like a saying, nothing personal. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why that statement has been created. Is because most of the time, and sometimes it is about you. Sometimes it is something directly you're doing. But like, if you know you're moving with good intentions, and someone's like still on edge around you, they're probably thinking about something completely different. 9 times out of 10. Now, if you did something that, then it's like, okay, maybe reflect, and in either situation, it's like there's nothing wrong, because like sometimes it might be something someone said, but it doesn't mean they said anything wrong. It just might have been the wrong thing to say at the time. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean they're bad. It could be like, if someone had a sick or deceased relative, and at the wrong time you go, hey, how's your person? And it's just the wrong time. You know what I mean? You didn't do anything wrong. You were nice. You're trying to say something nice to them. But it could just be the wrong time, and it's not personal. And they could like crash out and be upset, but you know, it doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. It's just that's their issue that they're going through. That's on them. So I guess it's like a two-way thing. It's like to not take it personal, but also try to not let your troubles leak over. What up, Foods Dad Landon? Let me be reminded if you're the nice one or the one of these assholes from yesterday. I guess you were a nice one. Yeah, you were. You were cool. What up, man? What's the deal? But that's the thing. There's a brand called Nothing Personal by Blasey. And I like that brand because it's kind of cool, because it's like a double entendre. It's like that whole, nothing personal is short for nothing personal, it's just business. And that's where that originates from, whereas sometimes when people are doing business, can you tell Food to join the stream? Yo, Food, join the stream. I don't know how to tell them otherwise. Yo, Food, join the stream. So the whole nothing personal, it's just business is just like, sometimes in business, like decisions have to be made that aren't like the most like socially cool or socially acceptable, because it's about the bottom line rather than like feelings, I guess, in that moment. That's kind of harsh, I think. But why I like that brand is that it's nothing personal, only business, but it's like nothing personal. Like, it's not for me, it's for everybody else. Creating product. It's a clever thing. Check out Nothing Personal brand. But, you know, sometimes when, I will tell you that, like, as simple and as laid back as streaming seems, it's like one of the hardest things you could do. And I kind of put it, I think why I do like it is because it's similar to music. Whereas, like, as an independent artist, if you want to make it in music, you have to be self-motivated. You have to create the energy. If you want to create like a banger that's like an anthem, like you have to create that energy. And like, if you're in that mode to create something that's like high energy and positive, anything is going to throw you off. It could be, you could spill your coffee, unless it's a song about resilience or something. It could be a argument. It could be a bad news. It could be something on the news that's bad news. It could be anything, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, there's certain things in life that are self-motivating. If you're a content creator and you're vlogging, you got to have good energy while you're doing that shit, or else it's just going to ruin the whole shit. Unless that's your brand to kind of embrace the bad energy or whatever. But like, I don't know. I feel like when you start doing that shit, that kind of you're inviting other things to happen. So for me, my vibes have to be right no matter what I do. Like, I don't care how much people are paying me. I don't care if it's a good look. If the vibes aren't right, I have to be comfortable in what I do. And streaming is super self-motivating. Like, you have to literally come on here, give your whole shit for very little reward. Like, that's a hard thing to do. That's a hard thing to do when you're tired. That's a hard thing to do when you're broke. That's a hard thing to do when you're upset. That's a hard thing to do when you have anxiety. That's a hard thing to do when you're unsure of yourself. That's a hard thing to do when there's no money. That's a hard thing to do when there's doubts or something bad has happened. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. It's really, really hard to do. It's not. It seems easy because it's just like, oh, you just set up a camera and do it. But it's like, bruh, like it might seem smoother now because I've been doing it for 183 days, but it's hard, man. It's hard. Like if I was on like a record label and they're like, okay, you have to do this many songs by this in a week, it is still self-motivating, but at least you have a direction, an objective, you know what I'm saying? Incentives for it. This is like, you got to get the shit out of the mud. So you have to be your number one cheerleader. You have to be your representative. You have to be your manager. You have to be your agent. You have to be the talent. You have to be your editor. You have to be your promotion. You have to be your writer, producer. You have to literally do everything. And I know it seems simple. I'm just talking in front of a camera. But dead ass is not the same. If I was on a label and I had an engineer for a song, and then I had a promotion company and I had someone do the artwork and I had a writer and I had executives to push it out and choose which one is the best single, you know what I'm saying? You have to literally make good choices from your own brain. And so that's why when I see any creator that's small, motivated, I have to salute them because it's not easy. We are our own boss. We are our own main motivator. You know, no one told me to start streaming. No one told me to stream every day. No one's waking me up at 11 like you got to stream. I have to do that. I have to set the alarms. I have to show up. I have to do this shit for maybe less than $1. You know what I'm saying? So, but I also have to be my motivator and my fucking coach to be like, yo, keep going with this shit. And it helps. People can say motivating words, but that only means shit to me. It's cool, it's nice, but it's like without me getting up to do it is nothing. You know what I'm saying? And of course there's support, and the support makes it easier and smoother and more enjoyable. But it's like, if I don't feel like doing it one day, then it's done. And the pressure, it's not even real pressure. I think the worst part is that it's not even real pressure. I could just not and be cool. But so it's tough. It's tough. I challenge anybody to any dream they have, just try it. Try to be a rapper. Try to be consistent every day. Try to be a YouTuber. Try to be a content creator. Do it. See if you get burnt out. See if some days you don't feel like doing it. And tell me how it goes when you're trying to just get through it and just do it. Tell me if there's a day where you just take a day off because it's too much. Like, it's hard, man. It's hard. And little shit can throw you off because it's kind of like why people, it's like how people like wear the same thing every day because it's like there's less to think about. Like when you're trying to like do something that takes a lot of brain power, the less you have to think about, the less that's on your plate, the better. That's all I'm saying. Big Randy says, Kyle, today was the day Dallas Mavericks won against Los Angeles Clippers. My friend Willie supports the Clippers, and I want you to make fun of him for his team losing against us. Bro, I'm in LA. I can't go against the Clippers. Shit. You don't even have Luka anymore. Fuck out of here. But, I don't know. He said, wow. Nah, dead ass. No, I mean, I'll do it for the troll. Hey, yo, Willie, you fucked up. You thought those Clippers were about to beat the Mavericks? Are you fucking kidding me? They don't have Luka anymore, and they'll still beat the Clippers' ass. Lakers all day, bitch. How was that? I couldn't give you the full thing. But I gotta support those Clippers. You can't clip it? You can clip it. You can clip it. What up? What up, Willie? This is Kyle Young. I heard that you're a Clippers fan. You really thought the Clippers were gonna beat the Mavericks? What? Man, they don't have Luka anymore, and they're still gonna dominate those Clippers. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Actually, you know what? I did see the Clippers play the Mavericks at the Crypto Center. Actually, my first NBA game. a couple years ago, and Luka was still on the Mavericks, and then and now he's on the Lakers. But yeah, anyway, L. Willie for thinking that. I'm just kidding. I'm more of a Lakers fan, but I gotta support the Clippers though. I gotta support the Clippers. The Mavericks suck. I didn't say it. Ooh, you know who I like less than any other team is the Celtics. I'm not gonna lie. There has been some good Celtics runs though. Like I used to hate the Celtics growing up, but like Shaq era, Paul Pierce, Celtics is fire to me. Celtics are ass. You know, and I'm from Massachusetts, and I always hated the Celtics growing up. I hated but I also hated like every New England team though. I hated the Patriots. I hated the Celtics just because everybody was doing it. And I want to be different. Foods, Landon, shut your bitch ass up. You lost to the Wizards. What? Shut up, Big Rated. Oh man, they're already fighting in the chat. That's great. That's how you know it's gonna be a good one. Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't really have any like personal like bias over basketball, so like it's whatever. I think I just support the Lakers because I'm here, and yeah, the Clippers would be by default, but obviously like. I remember the Clippers were the most ass team ever of all time for like so many years. Literally the worst team of all time. Like, it was like a joke. We beat the Cavs 120 to 125, by the way. That's not like something to, I mean, it's a nice numbers, but that's not like crazy. I mean, I'm sure it was a good game. You make it seem like they got shut out or whatever. Damn, people want me to be messy online. So if I say that to Willie, where does that go? Where does that go? Or is it like on a Discord type thing? And I'm just gonna look crazy. You're gonna clip me up saying some crazy shit. Oh, 125 to 105. Okay, that's a little different. I'm not gonna lie. That's a little different. I was gonna say. Still good numbers though, but. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. So we got Clippers versus the Mavs versus the Celtics. Okay. What do you guys think of Bronny? Didn't Bronny go back to the G League again? He has the most interesting career of all time. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that. Like, he's like actually good, but like they keep throwing him around. It's like he does the same no matter what league he's in. That's the crazy thing about it. He does like he obviously like dominates a little bit more in the G League, but he's not like terrible in the NBA either. It's a very interesting case. His height, him being LeBron's son, the whole G League thing, the Lakers, like it's a very interesting career. I'm curious to see where he'll be in like 3 years. I think Bronny's height is capped too. I met him one time at the airport, and I swear he was like maybe 6'1" at the most. He felt closer to like 5'11", 6 feet, but this was also like 3 years ago, so maybe he had a growth spurt since. So he was still at Sierra Canyon. It was like the whole Sierra Canyon was at the airport. And I was like, even Bryce didn't look what height he was said to be. Like Bryce maybe looked like 6'1", 6'2", and I was like, how is he 6 whatever? How's that possible? He didn't, you know what I'm saying? You know when somebody's like 6'5", 6'6". Didn't look like it at all. I'm taller than Bronny. Yeah, no, I felt about the same height as Bronny. I'm like 6 feet. I don't think I could quite see the top of his head, so he might have been like 6'1", but, oh, you're 6'7", 6'7". I'm 8'3". No, you're not. You mean 6'3". You're definitely not 8'3". You would be famous as fuck if you were 8'3". Even if you were 7'3", you would be probably very famous. You can't. I meant 9'3". That's hilarious. You're a monster. You're the smallest monster. Yeah, if you're like over 7 feet and you don't play you have to play basketball if you're 7 feet. Although I do know some people that are like 6'5", 6'6" that are just not athletic at all. I would even play. I suck at basketball, and I would even play if I was like 6'5". My fault again. I'm 2'3". Okay. I also feel like if you were 2'3", you'd also be very famous. They used to call me White Chamberlain or Wilt Chamberlain. That's funny. I blocked LeBron and Michael Jordan. What, on Instagram? That'd be a crazy game though. No, on Facebook. That's funny. The only way we get to see LeBron and does anybody play games like NBA 2K or whatever? What happens when you play LeBron against Jordan? He said broke their ankles. That's funny. They call me White Chocolate. Like, who is the actual White Chocolate? What was his name? What was that basketball player's name? Jason Williams. I played 2K and Jordan dunked on LeBron. Is that Is that real? Is that possible? Who would Jordan be the equivalent of now? Who's like a good? Well, I guess if LeBron is like 6'7" and Jordan 6'6", I guess that'd be like a Kobe versus LeBron. You're Jason Williams. Jordan is cooking LeBron for real? Is that real? Do they like these youngins don't know my days? That's funny. Your name is Big Randy though, so it is possible that you could be actually like 6'7". Oh, it says Big D Randy. Never mind. Pause, bro.
Pause.
Yeah. Me and Big D Randy met up at the park one time at 1v1. I beat him 11-0. Damn. You got beat by a dude that has another dude's name in his username? That's kind of fucked up. That's like if my name was like Lil Baby's stepson, you know? Nah, is Jordan really being LeBron on if you do like a simulation computer play by stats? I don't think that's possible. I don't know him. He's lying. I mean, I assume. It sounded like a ridiculous story, but Food is my actual son. Oh, okay. Is your son? Are you from New York? I feel like that's like New York talk to say like that's my son, like some Brooklyn shit, or Queens, I guess. No, that's like Queens shit. Oh, okay, so you're from Canada. What part of Canada? East Coast or West Coast? And he's from Florida. So I don't know. So yeah, people just be capping online. I think that's the worst thing to happen about like. I'm assuming you guys are like Gen Z, by the way you troll. This is the worst thing about Gen Z is that you guys just lie all the fucking time about everything. Everything's cap. What up, 2000 Sit? We're just we got some Canadians, allegedly Canadians, but he says he's from Florida. Dude, I was a McDonald's worker yesterday. Oh yeah, you were the McDonald's worker yesterday. True. You did tell the truth because you knew about the toy, even though you could have Googled it real fast. Shut up, Big Randy. I'm from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Okay, 2000 Sit is from Canada too. He can relate. 2000 Sit is a truck driver and he be in Ontario all the time. Food, pull up to Memphis. Oh, you're from Memphis now? All right, Big D Randy. Who's the biggest rap label from Memphis right now? The biggest current rap label, if you're from Memphis, without Googling. You got to answer it fast. 3, 2, 1. Answer. Big D Records. Nah. CMG. I was going to say it'd be CMG. Food's dad, Landon, is from Compton. No, he's not. I'm telling you the truth. Definitely not from Compton, because I can quiz you on that, too. Sit. We gotta quiz Food's dad, Landon. We gotta ask him a question about Ontario that only somebody from Ontario would know. Oh, what's that thing you said the other day? You said what is the damn, you said a term that was called like for it was called like a big city, like a high populated city. What is that called in Ontario? Yeah, there we go. Answer that question. Foods that land in. What is a highly populated town or city? And no, not the name. What is it called? It's like a term for that type of thing. There's a certain term for a highly populated area. I can't find it now. Nah, you can't find this shit. You gotta know. And I bet he's Googling. Damn, 2000 sit, where you at? You said it on stream the other day. I might be able to find it if I look up. What do you call losers in hockey? Okay, I don't know that, so I'm waiting on that. So sorry, I was AFK. I don't know what that means. What was that thing you were talking about? It was like the name of a highly populated city. I forgot. It was like it was a term you used. It was like BS. Every Canuck knows this term. Calling you out. Yes, every Canuck. Even Drake, you can see Drake playing hockey in some photos. That's what I was looking for, the big smoke. That's what I was looking for. Or is that not that common? Have you heard of this before, Foods That Landed? Foods That Landed was pretty on point, though, so I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. So just because I'm Canadian, it's stereotypical, I know hockey. I didn't say that one. I wouldn't have thought. Wow, I can't believe this. I wouldn't have thought, but I thought you would know the big smoke. Ironic, too, because that's what I'm doing. I wouldn't expect you to know hockey. I wouldn't expect like Tory Lanez to know about hockey, but I bet he knows more than me. You did know about the McDonald's meal, but you could have Googled it. It only took about a second. There is a picture of Drake playing hockey, though. That would surprise me, because... And one thing I did see... One thing that I did see with... One thing that I did see was that... yeah, I don't know where it went. I'll just... One thing that I did see was that... like when Drake was doing that Iceman thing, when Drake was doing his Iceman promo, everyone was trying to figure out like, are you good? Did you get one? I did. All right. Yeah, I'll take one. Just pour it in there. Yeah, pour it with the water. Yeah, no, with that because it'll water it down. One thing I did notice with the Iceman rollout. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go back to it. Big D Randy is a Vikings fan. You can tell him the Vikings are ass. Are the Vikings ass nowadays? I remember the Vikings in like the early 2000s, late 90s were like, oh, thank you, were everything with that was my Randy Moss and shit. Wait, Randy Moss is still alive, right? In Canada, we call losers in hockey hoosers or hosers. It's a term all over. This cat ain't from Canada. 2006, stop glazing, please. Shit. Yo. Wait, okay, so Foods Dad Landon. Have you heard of that term? Is it pronounced hoosers or hosers? First, we gotta get that, because maybe he's... Oh yeah, I also banned the N-word in my chat, so... About that. But not with the A, though. You can still say with the A. Stop glazing. You're a hoser then? Hoosers. Okay. So you've never heard of Hoosers before? I've never heard it, but it sounds like a gang diss or something. I don't know, man. He might have clocked your T. for lack of better words. He might have clocked that T. Hoozer's a guy who hooses down the rink after the game. Hoses down the rink after the game. Like a Zamboni? I have, but I didn't know it was said in hockey. Okay. That was a decent little save. I'm not gonna lie. Could be kept. It could be kept. Yo, you guys are funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Was it Cap? So is it hosers or who's? So it's Hoosers, right? Like hockey losers. What is it called when you lose? Is there a term for when you lose in basketball? I don't know. 2000 sit might have clocked your T, and 2000 sit is pretty official. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. Oh, it's hosers. Hoser. Okay. You said Hoosers. I don't know. Landon, you kind of. Man, I put a lot of faith in you yesterday, Landon. You had me going. I'm not gonna lie. You had me going. But honestly, like, okay, now they're fighting about the pronunciation. 2000 Sid is the one that brought it up. Now, Landon is saying it's pronounced differently despite not knowing it. I don't know, Landon. We might have to clock that T. We have to clock that T. 2000 Sid, it sure ain't. Yes, it is. This is great. All right. Okay. One more round, 2000 Sit. Give him something a little more general because maybe my boy doesn't like hockey, even though it might be. That's like saying that everybody knows about baseball in America, right? It's America's pastime, but what about something more general? How about what's something you can't Google? Like, because if I say like, who's the There's got to be something. What's the most famous fast food restaurant in Ontario area? That might be kind of like subjective, right? And it's probably McDonald's, right? I don't think that's a good question. I know it, but why are you saying Hoosers and he's saying Hosers? Or is it just like sometimes you read it and you people think that it's pronounced this way, but it could be the other way? I don't know. Stop the cap. Anyway, if you got anything else, 2000 Sit, throw it out there. If not, we'll move on. I know what I was gonna say. I was gonna talk about the whole Drake thing. Remember the Drake? Did anybody see the "What Did I Miss" video? Here, I'll pull up a still. So in the "What Did I Miss" video, Drake is referring to himself as the Iceman. So then I was like, that's kind of like something that like stuck in my brain because you can see him with like blocks of ice and shit. For example, why can't I scroll down? You can see him with blocks of ice. So I was like, what is the significance of ice? I get it, like if you could put somebody on ice, you know what I'm saying? But like, what is the real reason? What is he talking about? Why did he say that? And then everybody's talking about the blocks of ice. Everybody's talking about the whole David thing with the girl, and they're saying that she was frozen and that they weren't able to determine the cause of death because she had been frozen so long. So is that what Drake was talking about? I don't know. I'm not a detective. And I don't think that's being like on some police shit because this is public information. This is a very specific choice. Is he talking about doing that? Is it a reference to diamonds? I don't know. I'm not from Canada. I don't know. Maybe it's just a Canadian thing. Maybe there's just a lot of ice out there. I don't know. Landon said it reads Hosers, but it's pronounced Hoosers from when I heard it from my family. 2006 said, how many cartons of milk you buy a week? What does that... See, that's some Canadian shit because I don't even know what you're asking. Is there like a limit? Because I feel like you could easily say one. Uh-oh, Landon. I think Landon's Googling. Nah, he did say Canada yesterday, though. Unprovoked, but... I think he did. I don't know, dude. How many... I'll Google it. Cartons of milk. Unless that's like a glazed this or something. I'm not sure what that means. Actually, yo, literally 2006, the shit writes itself.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, your milk comes in bags.
What do you mean by that?
Canadian milk bag. Seriously? I mean, it seems, yeah, not as wasteful. The fuck, really? All the milk comes in a bag? Yeah, man, 3 bags to a pack. You guys are doing it different. So you just like pour it in like a pitcher when you get home? Wow. Good thing I don't drink milk. What about like oat milk and stuff? Is it still gonna come in a bag? That's crazy. Never knew. I could see a lot of bags popping. Did not know that. See, it's like weird shit like that where it's like, no, you guys are a little bit different. A little bit different. They come in tiny boxes. Oh, I know what you mean, like a little, I know what you mean. Hold on, let me shoot the Venmo real quick. Yeah, you gotta have good vibes in life, cause I don't know. I need the good vibes. Ultimate, are you a Canuck question right there? Yeah, Landon. Damn, they left. Damn, we pressed him too much. He left. Damn, hope they come back. It's all good though. Fuck it. I mean, you know, whatever. Fuck a troll. Damn, I was even trying to expose. That's funny. I was even trying to fucking expose. Anyway, welcome to day 183. Yesterday was insane. I woke up, I took this weird ass nap yesterday and I woke up like still tired and I was like, fuck, it's not that I didn't feel like streaming, I just physically did not feel like sitting here and talking and doing that shit. And I think I had like 1 cup of coffee yesterday. I had to. That was just like a must. And it ended up being a 6-hour stream. Not only was I not feeling good in the beginning of it, like literally the title is like low battery. Like that's how I was feeling. And it ended up being the longest stream I've ever did, especially on desktop. Weird. I can't really explain that. The only thing I can say is coffee and that long nap. I've never wanted to stream 6 hours on desktop, not even close. There's been days where I struggle to get past 2 hours, let alone, 3 times that. So that was weird. But it was a lot of engagement, even these dudes. That's why I feel kind of bad that if people feel pressed by the truth. But I guess sometimes you got to let people troll. But at the same time, I didn't start it. I don't even know how that even happened today. Oh, it's because Randy was saying some shit that he's from, not Canada, that he's from like Texas or somewhere random. He said he's from Compton. He also said he's from Florida. So I can't tell. These dudes be lying. All of them. Even the ones that you think are nice just be lying. Capping, making shit up. Damn, he didn't know hosers or that milk comes in a bag. He did not know that the milk comes in a bag. He just disappeared. Yo, I also saw something today that you can see who are your top viewers on Kick. I saw that, I don't know how you figure that out, but I saw that BHD posted that. And I was like, how the fuck do you see your top Kick viewers? I didn't even think you could see Kick viewers. I gotta figure that one out. Maybe you have to pay or something. Because I didn't think that was possible. But also shout out to BHD. He posted some clips. I'll go into the clips. Posted some clips when I was on his podcast. Shout out Glacial. I don't know where the fuck he is. He'll probably show up at some point. He posted some clips. Shout out to Glacial for setting it up. And one of the clips is about that. It's obviously Cap. But yeah, that was a cool thing. You know, it's like that was like a podcast / interview, and that's kind of like rewarding because it's like even as an artist, as a music artist, doing that shit since like fucking 20 years basically or more. Very few interviews or podcasts based off of that. So I don't know. It's just weird. The streaming thing is kind of like sometimes in life you kind of like try something else and then you see like faster results sometimes with the other thing. It doesn't mean that the other thing wasn't the right thing. It just means that I don't know. Maybe you're just coming with a fresh approach. Maybe with the music I was kind of like doing the old thing, trying to do the old thing in the new world. Whereas with the streaming I kind of did the new thing in the new world. So that's the only way I could like think of like why shit would happen. So it's just interesting to like just start streaming like 6 months ago and already start like collabing on streams. You know what I'm saying? So that type of shit. It's kind of like what you like hope for. And I don't know. The streaming thing has just been good. Just good synergy. Everything's been kind of like working out, even in the bad. There's still like silver linings. You know, even in breaking the arm, there's still like, you know, viral moments and shit like that. So I don't know. It's just always. It's always. I would say it's reconfirming when you see something else blossom from your efforts. When you see an idea like streaming that I just start on a whim, basically, even though I've been putting in work towards it, but like just start this shit and then you see other things come of it. Like, oh, you go and talk to somebody about it. It's like, damn, okay, shit. You know? Or you see clips or, you know, you see viral videos. It's like, damn, okay, I must be on the right path a little bit. You know, if things are happening because of it, right? Otherwise, they probably wouldn't. I'm seeing people that are like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I see people complaining on Twitter all the time. Oh, no one's watching my shit or da-da. And then sometimes you like go and look and like they'll have thousands of followers or they're mad that they're only getting 20 viewers. And it's like, bro, like, be grateful. Be grateful. So that brings me to BHD. I'll play it on. I guess I'll play it on Insta. This is a BHD. Go follow BHD Buddy on Kick and everywhere else. It's a homie. He streams every day. He games. He does He does everything. Yeah. This was like a little. I would say this is probably the first scripted thing I've ever done, and it's not scripted. Basically, Glacial came into my inbox and was like, yo, tell BHD that you want to thank Glacial for setting this whole thing up, and he did everything and all this shit. And so I just like took it and ran with it because I was like, okay, I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't know why I'm saying this, but I just kind of like exaggerated the fuck out of this, and that's all we got this clip.
I got a shout out to.
Hold on, start over.
Today.
Oh yeah, I got a shout out to Glacial. Hold up, before I do anything, I got to shout out my boy Glacial. If it wasn't for him, he set up this whole thing. He made everything. He made the flyer. He told you to play accountability. Did he give you the name BHD too? Did he design all your logos and everything? That's what I was told. He told me he does everything here. So you got to shout out Glacial Musher 09 for setting up this whole thing. He was the one that got me into streaming in the first place. He was the one that, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be born. I think he might be my dad. I don't know. I might be older than him, but somehow I think he might be my dad. So I don't know. I had to shout him out. I had to get that one out the way. Sorry.
That's cool. What did he say? He said he what? Yo, wait. Kyle. Go ahead, Kyle. Sorry, Kyle. Did you just say that Kyle said that Glacial said he made my name? The fuck? Today.
Oh yeah, I got a shout.
So sometimes you got to cap at the YNs, and then we did this one too. Yeah. We were just fucking around, and then we got this clip too.
Day, you can control if that should be on your chat or not. You know, you're the streamer. At the end of the day, like your chat, Kick doesn't define who you are. You know, if you're streaming on Kick, doesn't mean you're an asshole. You're this and that. It just
True.
Like I got in other people have told me like why am I on Kick and not on Twitch? Like I have the personality of a Twitch streamer. I was like, bro, at the end of the day, like it doesn't really matter. It's just like it doesn't really matter what platform you stream on. Like I've done way like never thought I was gonna do this good in streaming when I was on Twitch. On Twitch, I didn't get no viewers, I didn't get no followers, I didn't get nothing. The most followers I ever got to was 100 viewers, 100 followers. Then when I moved to once I moved to Kick, bro, oh no, where more people watching me, more people coming in and saying what's up, following me. Then, you know, everything, and me posting on TikTok actually helped me too, because on TikTok I started posting consistently.
So he's basically saying that like that the platform doesn't matter. It's just because, you know, well, he kind of is saying that the platform matters, because he's saying that he saw more growth on Kick than Twitch. He's saying it doesn't matter, but it does. He's saying that you don't have to be on one specific platform. Like that Twitch isn't he's basically saying that Twitch isn't necessarily the better platform to grow on, or is not necessarily the superior platform. Like there are people that are thriving off of Kick. You know, obviously Twitch has more, I won't say better monetization, but more monetization options than Kick, you know, because they both have subs, right? But Twitch has the ads, and then people can buy Turbo, so it's free ads. So you can potentially make more, but I think what Kick has is maybe once you get to a certain point, you can get like a deal. But that's probably hard to get to that point where it's like you just get paid hourly or whatever. But yeah, I liked how he said he was like, people say that he has the personality of a Kick streamer, which I can see that, because he's like kind of happy-go-lucky and positive and things like that, whereas a lot of Kick streamers are more like edgy and dark and mean and rude, and you know what I'm saying? So it is interesting. I definitely had people in my chat be like, you're a Kick streamer, you know what I mean? Because when I was talking about like Twitch and, you know, so I think I am like a Kick streamer at heart, but I think I can do both. I want to be on Twitch, hell yeah, and YouTube. So I'm doing it for all three, but there are some people that that definitely have Kick streamer vibes, you know. Pretty much everybody's on Kick, and most people that are on Kick have been kicked off of Twitch. Shout out Ray J for being the newest member of the dark side. But yeah, no, I plan to be able to, I would hope to be able to stream on all three, but sometimes like shit happens. Shit happens out of your control. You get banned off Twitch, you know. Getting permanently banned off Twitch is the worst though. Like, I was feeling it being suspended for a month. So being banned forever, that would definitely be depressing. I don't know what the kick deal is. I'm sure Ray J can get a great deal. Because he's Ray J already. But it's got to be a little defeating though, you know, especially if you like invested into like, bro, like the crazy thing about Kick is that when you're banned from Twitch, that means that he can't go on anybody's stream. He can't go on anybody's stream. He can't collab with anybody that is on Twitch. He could collab with somebody that's not streaming on Twitch at the moment and maybe have them on his stream, but he can't do that. And a lot of the big people are on Twitch. It just is what it is. Like that's the number one spot. So it's deeper than just losing out on some ad revenue or the numbers that he already built or the audience. Like he can rebuild the audience. He's already famous, but the fact that you can't scale your business by collabing with the biggest people in the game is definitely a hit that you can't do anything about it. That's crazy. Like he cannot collab with Kai Cenat ever again, essentially, unless Kai goes on Kick, not on his stream, which it's not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up. He can never go on Kai's stream again. That's crazy. Everything he worked for and everything he built, he can never do again. He can't go on DDG's stream. He can't go on Deshay's stream. Who else did he collab with recently? Damn near everybody, you know? You can't do it. That's insane. That's enough to make somebody quit streaming. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I think Ray J on Twitch is actually fucking dope. But I don't think that his challenge was being someone that doesn't get suspended. I think it just happened to happen that time. Like I don't think it's not obviously not planned. So I don't think that was his main challenge. But yeah, you don't really think about that shit, that you can't even collab with other Twitch streamers like that. Like, not in the right way. I don't know, man. Maybe you can collab with DDG, because DDG does Kick sometimes. But what I could see happening is people getting fed up with Twitch because of how strict it is, and people migrating over to Kick, or people sometimes streaming on Kick once in a while. I can see that. Some people kind of split their time. DDG does the stake gaming on Kick. You'll sometimes see XQC on both platforms at different times. Not many though. Not many at all. I think Aiden has toyed around with ideas since he's technically able to go back to Twitch, but he just doesn't. I think he streamed like one time on Twitch since he's been back. You know, it's a tough call because Aiden collabs with a lot of Twitch people, but Aiden's not banned from Twitch anymore. And I'm kind of starting to think of like, I feel like he had some Twitch people on his stream before he got unbanned, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just, because I feel like I saw, I'm trying to think of when he was banned, who he had on. Maybe not. Like, I feel like I saw, that's a good question. Yeah, maybe they don't stream, because I'm trying to think of, like, I swear I've seen, like, Ben Dadon on Aiden's stream before he got unbanned. But maybe he wasn't streaming. I swear I seen Ben on Aiden's stream. I don't know how that works out. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. That's a good fucking question. I'd have to look back at like I gotta see who was there the night of the Antonio Brown incident. So I don't think Aiden was unbanned yet at that point. That would be telling. Because there's a lot of people over there at that point. But now since he's unbanned, he's been having everybody on his shit again. Even like Neon back on his shit. So maybe he was not doing it. I don't know. That's a good question. That's what's crazy though. Like if Ray J was to stream snipe somebody on Twitch, he could get, well, there's no real consequences for him. He could probably just fuck up people's shit. He could probably just, if he pops up on like somebody's stream, he could like get them banned, which is crazy. Twitch is not playing around. For good reason though. There's a lot of kids that watch Twitch. There's a lot of ads and sponsorship money, so they can't really but damn. I mean, I'm not gonna say it wasn't justified. I think that's like the one thing that maybe getting banned is not that crazy of an idea. But damn, these dudes really left. That's funny. I guess you gotta let people lie sometimes in the chat. That must feel like weird though. I don't see why people would like get upset and leave and be embarrassed. We don't even know who the fuck you are. Just keep lying, if anything. Who cares? But sometimes when you get that T clocked, it's hard to undo that. Sometimes it's hard to unclock the T. Censorship has got out of control lately. You know what's funny? I feel like we live in a crazy censored world, but at the same time, like it's not even that censored too. Sometimes there's a lot of shit that we can see and have access to that would have never flown in the 90s. But then there's a lot of shit that there's a lot of shit that is uncensored that would have never flown in the 90s. But there's a lot of shit that's censored now that would have not been a problem in the 90s. It's weird. It's really strange. Like, yeah, it's really strange. There's like certain things you can't say, but like certain actions you can do. Or like what they allow as far as like indecency and shit on social media or TV is completely different than in the 90s. You couldn't show anything, and now, like I remember, like I think you could say shit now on certain cable TV stations after a certain time, like on Comedy Central. I think you can say shit, but in the 90s you couldn't say shit on TV. You couldn't say ass on TV, but now you can. But there's also a lot of words you can't say. I feel like you could say, yeah. Look at Call of Duty, for example, a game about killing, but you can't cuss in chat or voice chat without getting a ban. Shout out 2000 Sit for that chat. Yeah, what's that all about? That's kind of crazy. That's pretty weird. And the cussing is for the children, but they can kill people. I guess it's real cussing, fake killing. That would be like if you couldn't cuss in like the GTA chat. It's like they're literally swearing in the game. But maybe you can like turn that off in a setting. Very graphic fake killing. No, I know. That's wild. Oh yeah, hold on. Ty sent me I forgot to check that. Oh, Hennessy XO. Hell yeah. I gotta try Hennessy XO. Shout out Ty. He was at a Hennessy event. $200 a bottle. $1,600 a bottle for the club is crazy. If you pay $1,600 for a bottle of Hennessy at the club, I don't know. As much as I love Hennessy, I probably just wouldn't. I don't know. Because even if you're rich, $1,600 is still dumb. I can't imagine that. I mean, if it's your birthday, I guess, but that just seems stupid. Even if you had $1 million, $1,600 is a lot of money. Call of Duty was so bad for a while. A certain F word would get you a 7-day chat ban. Damn, not even a 4-letter one. Not even a 4-letter one. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Wait, which F word though? I guess it doesn't matter. You can't say fuck and then you'll get banned. There's that much like AI in there, or is like people reporting you? There's no way you can't say fuck when you just get like killed in the game. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, okay. But you can say fuck, right? He's talking about the word that's sort of like flag without the L. That was a term for like a little bit for like 6 months of my life where people were calling people flags instead. This is like 2005 when people were starting to get a little woke. Because it would happen in our group party chat where no reporting was happening. Ah, so you can't even say it among consenting adult. Well, yeah, I guess I get it. That'd be like if you were on Instagram and you DM somebody and you try to say that word and you couldn't. That's a good question. I wonder if I can. That would be crazy. Imagine if they start censoring our like actual text. That'd be crazy. What I do like about it is that it makes people think twice though about what they're actually saying. But yeah, imagine that AI mods in our text. That is one good thing about AI though, is that it allows for regulation while still being anonymous in a way. Where so it's like, you know what I mean? It'd be like, it's like ChatGPT, right? Just say you like committed a crime and you're trying to ask ChatGPT. You can get like an anonymous opinion about that. You know, without being judged for real. You know what I'm saying? It's like a preacher or a priest if you like tell them that you like murdered someone, they're not supposed to tell anybody, but like low key, they might still. Another word is commie. You can't say commie? What the fuck? I love calling people commies in Call of Duty. It's a fun troll, but they took it away from me. That's crazy that you can't call somebody a commie. That's not even a slur, is it? It just means it's just short for communist. That's weird. Can you call someone a communist? Damn. What's wrong with communist? Is that bad? Communist is a person who advocates for communism. I hate definitions like that. A political and economic ideology that seeks to establish a classless society through the communal ownership of the means of production, such as factories and land. Damn. That's awkward. That's fucked up. If that's the case, you definitely can't say the N-word. Shit. Commie's crazy though. That sounds like a personal like choice of like the game director or like the producer. Like, all right, we're gonna cut this out. But I guess because it's like a war, it could be like a war offensive, specifically war term. So I guess I could see how that might be. Like they're not gonna block that on fucking TikTok, but in the context of the game, I see why maybe you wouldn't want that word. It'd be like, yeah, it's not a fun troll. Never understood why people would go that route. That's not a fun troll. Never understood. Oh, the N word. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I think it's just rage bait. I think it's kind of like people say it because they know it'll get a rise out of people. It's easy. It's a cheap shot. You know. I think that like there are certain things that like making some fun of someone for is like, I was trying to like work this out in my mind the other day. Like making fun of people for certain things that they can't control is like stupid as fuck. You know what I mean? It's like you don't make fun of somebody for having a disability. It's just like stupid. They can't control that shit. You know what I mean? It's just whack. But if you're gonna troll, make it clever. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say the other time. Is like, of course I don't want to hear racist jokes. I don't understand it, but at least make it funny. Like make me laugh and then ban you. You know, just don't make it lame. I might not even ban you. I'm gonna let you try again for being dumb as fuck. Best troll is when it's so good the person you trolling is of course, that's comedy. That's the basis of comedy. He said the best troll is when it's so good the other person you trolling is laughing. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because some people will troll. The most lame people are people that troll and use jokes that they've just heard people say. It's like, no, you suck. You didn't even try. You just heard someone else say that shit, and now you're saying it. Some generic ass shit. But the best trolling and the best jokes are like observational jokes where it's just like, oh, this might be ignorant or racist or whatever or mean, but at least it's like authentic. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I've spent time around this type of whatever, and this is what I've genuinely observed. You know what I mean? Not just like some shit you read on a fucking TikTok comment, or maybe not TikTok, but like a Twitter comment or like on Reddit or something. This is like, no, you've been there. This is something you say a joke that they might make themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like that, but people just the dumbest thing that people do is some people they'll call black people monkey, and it's just like, it's just so played out and just so fucking stupid. Like, it's just so generic. It's just like, tell me you've never met a black person without telling me you've never black. You know what I mean? It's just like, you heard your fucking racist uncle say that or some shit when he was drunk. You know what I'm saying? It's giving that type of energy. You know what I'm saying? Say something that you've actually observed, like, you know, say something you've actually observed from exposure. And make it clever. Make it clever. But, you know, most people aren't capable of that. Because most clever people aren't fucking racist. Most clever people are smart, right? It goes hand in hand. And most smart people will realize that, like, racism is stupid. Because it doesn't necessarily make sense, you know? There are stereotypes. But, like, saying that, like, all black people are criminals is just, like, not even statistically, like, possible. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's just not true. You know, most black people are terribly afraid of the law. A good majority are God-fearing church folk. You know what I'm saying? And timid, and you know, and it's just like, it's probably the same percentage that maybe get a bad rep is the same percentage of every demographic. You know what I'm saying? It's a small percentage of people a lot of times that fall into these boxes. And just say it's like 10% of black people are on some bullshit. It's probably 10% of white people that are on some bullshit. 10% of every other race is on some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's the same. It's just like, it's so easy to go, you know, and it's like, but it's also easy to miss the people that aren't doing anything, which is the majority. You know what I'm saying? 2000 says, nah, but there is some really good things we as certain people do and accept, though. Yeah, but people like to just pretend. How do you get a Canadian to apologize? Step on their foot. That's great. That's great. Sometimes you gotta like, it's not a bad way to be. You know what I'm saying? It's like covering your bases. You're making sure you're not the problem. Like, that's actually funny. Canadians are notoriously polite, huh? That's actually good. How do you get a Canadian to apologize? Step on their foot. Right. That's on some Jesus turn the other cheek thing. Pause. Yeah, no, Canada sounds like a pleasant place to be. Yeah. I don't know if that might kind of annoy me after a while if people are too nice. But maybe I would just be like, wow, this is actually fire. Maybe I would just assimilate. But yeah, you definitely run into people that it's not their fault. They're apologizing. Hey, sometimes you just gotta like, I think that's like taking accountability sometimes. Sometimes it's not even your fault, but it's like, I'm gonna be the responsible, bigger person to make this situation right, whether it's my fault or not. If I can, if I have the like wherewithal to do that, I might as well, you know? You know what I'm saying? If it can de-escalate and make something better, I get it. Makes sense. Seems like the mature thing to do. Well, it wasn't my fault. I stepped on your foot. It was an accident. It's like, sure. Honestly, I look back at our previous discussion about issues in each country, and the stuff you described really isn't as prevalent here. I bet. America is weird. America is prideful to a fault, and I think a lot of Americans are, I don't want to use the word delusional because I don't think it's that so much, but it is. But a nicer term for it would be uninformed. And a lot of people here, I don't know how it is anywhere else, but a lot of people live in their bubbles and are comfortable living in their bubble. Like, so there's a lot of people that would feel like how you feel, like there's no racism. But then there's people, there's just like a lot of different bubbles, like a lot of different worlds and experiences here. Like the people living in Flint, Michigan that haven't had clean water in like 15 years, 20 years, I don't even know how long it's been. Like 99% of the country can't even relate to that. It doesn't even seem real, but it's very real for them, you know? America being such a diverse place, as united as we want to be, we're so diverse that there's really not that much unity outside of like certain areas. So it's easy to have completely different perspectives on things. If you live in Wyoming and you're white and if you've only seen 20 black people in your life, your perspective is going to be different. And you're not going to have that experience living in New York. You could still be racist and ignorant, but it's going to be coming from a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're ignorant in Wyoming because you're ignorant because you have a lack of exposure. And in New York, you might have an influx of exposure to a different race that might cause you know, it's interesting, isn't it? The world is interesting, right? Especially this country. 2000 said, I come from a small farming community. Approximately 10K offshore workers come to town every year, and they don't get near the discrimination you described. A store owner here is more wary of the dodgy meth addicted white people type shit. It's probably because they're using common sense and like and that's what'll happen in America is that it low-key happened to me, low-key. People will be so focused on the black guy that while that's happening, it's a distraction, and then the bad white people or whatever race are doing the shit while the people are distracted. I remember I was in a Dollar Tree, and I was just minding my business in line, and there was these two white dudes or crackheads, whatever. They were stealing, and they tried to blame it on me. They were like, "No, he was," and I'm like, and they actually looked at me because it's just natural human reaction, and I'm like, bruh. But nothing happened because it was ridiculous. And they try to blame it on me, and I'm like, this is the country we live in. And that shit was recently. That was like last year. But it was just so ridiculous. Luckily, I live in California, where people are kind of like a little bit intelligent here and not so like quick to jump on stereotypes. But you know, it's everywhere. 2006 said, my community would be described as the Alabama of Canada for how backwards we are, but race doesn't play a huge part of how you're judged there. How much you present and keep yourself. More how you present and keep yourself. You know, Immortal Technique, I think, hit on it best. What did Immortal Technique say? That's real shit, though. That's and I think that's how it is in a lot of places. It's more classism than racism, and obviously certain races are going to fall under certain classes naturally. I think that's where the stereotypes come in. But yeah, I think America is like weird like that, where people are just judgmental off rip. Prejudice, literally prejudice. And of course there's classism here, like, but I don't know. It's almost like you could be like a really affluent black person here and people go drug dealer. You know, that's kind of the difference. Wait, is this a bar? The greatest cowardice, of course, came not with slavery itself, unfortunately, but with the excuse for slavery. For if America had been as brave as the Roman Empire and all other empires that have come after her and claimed, no, we were just stronger and that's why we took you, then slavery was over racism would have been probably followed in suit. But instead, it was a social lie, the religious lie that was told that stayed in the mind of people that separated one human being from another. In order to distract us from the issues of class and freedom, they created issues around religion and race to dominate the world for centuries to come. Immortal Technique, Ultimus Palabras. What is that from an interview? Because I was waiting for it to rhyme, but yeah, type shit. They created social constructs to control. It's like saying like everyone with blue eyes is the best, everyone with green eyes is second best, and everyone with brown eyes is the pawns. Even though it means nothing. It's a talking like song. Oh, I got you. I gotta check that one out. Yeah, no, it's real shit. It's real shit. It just doesn't make sense. And off his The Martyr. Okay, I gotta check out Immortal Technique, The Martyr. Yeah, I mean, there's so much propaganda that's been pushed. Like, people are brought up to think just things about people. People are and it's like, but that's how you know people are sheltered, and because I don't know. It's like, for example, like there's a connotation about just Jewish people in America, partly because it's a Christian based a Christian based country. So wouldn't naturally any other religion be? So basically, Jews and Muslims they're the connotation, and I'm sure that's going to happen in other countries. Like if you go to China or if you go to Israel, like if you're other things, it's going to be like, what the fuck? But it's based like that, and I've spent time with Jews and Muslims, and to be honest, I like them better than everybody else in a way. But there's this propaganda that goes out that it's something else. I've heard reasonable people that I thought were cool say some weird shit about Muslims and towel head and terrorist, and I'm like, where does this come from? Like, you fuck with me, but you don't fuck with them? It's weird. And it just seems like brainwash. Because it's like, Muslims are peaceful as fuck. Jewish people are cool and nice and generous as fuck. And chill and creative. Like, it's weird. It's really strange. You know, but it's this weird bad rap. Off his The Martyr mixtape. Okay, I'll check that shit out. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. Even, and I always say when people say weird shit about black people, it's like, yeah, I can tell that you don't know enough black people to say this. To put black people into one, to put black people as a monolith, it's just like, there's so many different types of people, of every race. Like, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Imagine if I said white people are one way. It's just not possible. I've met like 20 different combinations of white people. Not combinations, but like variant. Like, there's so many types. There's so many different types. And there's so many different types within different types. Oh, shout out Emperor Juice for the tap in. If you watch the Cronenberg film M. Butterfly 1993, it speaks on that exact subject. Shit. I gotta put some of this shit in the Reddit. Hold on. Let's drop some shit in the Reddit. I mean, not Reddit, my bad. Discord. I said Reddit. We should make a Reddit, but open Discord. I'm going to add some of these things so I remember to go back. Let's pull up. Oh, yeah, I got to go back to The Wire. I got to watch that clip, too. Emperor said, I got caught up in an ad. Oh damn! I saw that ad popping up too. I know I gotta relax with those ads. And yo, this is what I meant to touch on. They increased the sub price to $7.99 on Twitch. That's crazy. I remember it being $5.99 for the longest time, and then sometimes $4.99. $7.99 is out of pocket. Has it ever been $7.99 before? What the fuck? I've never seen it at $7.99. If you watch the Cronenberg film M. Butterfly, let me see. M. Butterfly. Where can I find that? Full movie. I don't know, I gotta find it. I'm on the wrong account.
Of all foreigners.
Alright, I'll put it over here. I'll try to find it. Let me put it on Discord. Type shit. Wait, is that the right one? My bad about the ads. We'll probably get some gifts soon. And then, so then we look up, what was that? We look up Immortal Technique Martyr. Wow, it's on Internet Archive. Wait, where can I get the whole thing? Full album.
This is Immortal.
Alright, yeah. Nice. I hate these, but it'll remind me to go back. I hate when it's all one video, but boom. I'm gonna start doing that from now on to remember to go back to shit. Yeah, I'm not too familiar, honestly. We should look up what other films he's done. Cronenberg filmmaker. David Cronenberg movies. Oh shit. Okay. First of all, The Fly is an early ass movie that I saw. That movie, I'm not gonna say it was traumatizing, but that movie's freaky as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I already like that movie. Rewind, Blood and Donuts. Let's see what other ones I know. I don't know a lot of these, but I do know The Fly, and I can already tell by the vibe of what the fuck. Oh, he did a Jason movie. Oh, Dangerous Mind. Oh, Dangerous Method. Never mind. Thought The Brood, Shivers, Nebulous. Okay, well, I at least know. I feel like I've heard of Scanners too. But I've at least heard of The Fly. The Fly is crazy. The Fly is insane. I saw that movie way too young. Like, what the fuck am I watching, bro? That movie's freaky as fuck. Cronenberg from the way Existence is the Matrix before the Matrix. What? Hold on. We gotta add that one too. Existence. Okay. Alright, we gotta find this full movie. Plex? You can watch it for free on Plex? Really? No way. They're gonna make me do some weird shit. No, hell yeah. Alright, turn up. Alright, Shit. Even better. Let's go back to. Oh, there's ads. That's okay. I like a good free movie. Not gonna lie. Boom. Boom.
We got content.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Emperor Juice, especially Emperor Juice came back for the second day. That's what's up. That's what's up. Have you seen They Live? I know it's kind of a different thing, but They Live is freaky as fuck. They Live is crazy. If you haven't seen I don't know. That shit just opened my eyes to a lot of shit. Like I saw like all the Obey shit stuff before, and I didn't even know that that's what that was connected to. And the Obey face is like Andre the Giant. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, oh, bruh. All right, cool. So I'm gonna put you on too. They Live is starring Roddy Piper, the wrestler from like the 90s. Where is it? This shit is crazy. So if you ever seen like the brand Obey, oh wait, hold on. That clothing brand from like 10 years ago or whatever, Obey, maybe longer than that now. It's like that type of shit. It's crazy. Yeah, this is like a scene right here. It's crazy. Some people like live by this fucking movie. Roddy Piper is ridiculous. Or Roddy Piper is his name. But yeah, remember Obey? No, remember Obey clothing? You know? Anyway. Good. It's a good one. It's a good one. If you're into like deep shit, but it's kind of different than race shit. It's more like more spiritual and like conspiracy theory. And we were on the conspiracy theory deep dive. All right, you said a dangerous method was a trip to. She was a nympho asylum patient and her attending doctor. If you're familiar with Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, okay, They Live. We'll check it out. Yeah, I remember that brand. Yeah, it's like I didn't even know. Like, it's deep. It's deep. It's a deep movie. It's deep. It's kind of I don't know. It's kind of freaky. What's going on with you though, Emperor Juice? What'd you do on this Saturday night? Hopefully you got right and enjoyed yourself. And just enjoy yourself. That brand and the skateboard wear brand. Yeah. It was huge. Like I mean, it probably is still big. Like if you go to like Hot Topic or Zoomies or some shit, there's probably still gonna be a lot of Obey shit. It was like in the same realm as like Supreme and shit. Well, a lot of brands probably at that time, but like I remember seeing that brand. I just never knew what it was or where to find it or whatever. And you said shit. Fortnite dropped its Chapter 7 today, so that's a big deal. I'm assuming. I didn't even know that there were chapters to Fortnite. That's how out of the loop I am. So I'm guessing people are pretty excited about that. Is it only 7 chapters? Is it going to be more? So is it just the newest wave, like new skins, new worlds, how big of a deal is this? How new is this? What do you have to do to get Chapter 7? Do you have to like download a whole new shit? What is it? How do you do it? Yeah, Obey and Supreme both big. Yeah, I feel like Supreme lasted though. Supreme kind of like. So they were both kind of like if you know, you know, but then like not that Supreme became mainstream, but it just got so big where it became like almost like it's still like underground as fuck and it's still expensive, but it's like kind of like an easy go-to. Like, oh, I just put some Supreme on it, people are gonna know. Now it still kind of has the same vibe to it. It's still rare, but just more known. Because I didn't know what the fuck Supreme was. I didn't even know that Supreme was that it was that sought after. I just thought it was some shit that people wore. I didn't know the price. I didn't know anything. I did like a little gig when I first got to LA. It was like somebody, because when you go to Supreme, like when they drop, it's like weird how they do it. You have to get on like the fucking list. and there's still like a line outside, and they still limit what you can buy. So basically, someone paid me to go buy more shit for them. So basically, they could like resell it, but so they limit how much you could buy, so you can only do so much. So someone paid me to basically stand in line and buy shit for them, basically. Emperor Juice said, yeah, the update is pretty heavy, but Fortnite, the lore is outer dimension travels depending on what chapter you started in. You realize you're traveling every universe possible. At least what the writers can come up with, like all just left Springfield of The Simpsons in chapter 6. Oh, like we all just... Wait, so the Simpsons one was the last chapter? I thought that was a new shit that just came out. So that's the old one? At least what this writers can come up with, like we all just left Springfield of The Simpsons in chapter 6. Yeah, I gotta get into Fortnite because I feel like there's so much shit I don't understand. What if they started doing like like, how do I say this? Like, you could go into different universes within the same game. Like, you could be in Fortnite and then you could just like jump into GTA or some shit. That'd be weird. I don't know. That'd be too crazy. You know what I'm saying, though? Yeah, the chapters go pretty quick. We were just with Daft Punk and Techno World with Bruno Mars. Okay. Where you can make your own remixes out of their music. Okay. So, and there's only been 7 of those. So what is it called when like there's new skin drops? Like when Kai got a drop, when Travis Scott had that wave, was that a chapter or was that just like a little bundle that you could get within another chapter? Like, has there ever been like someone big like that to get their own chapter? Or does it have to be like big like The Simpsons where there's like a whole world with it? I didn't know you could make remixes and shit in Fortnite. See, I'm missing out. That's crazy. Damn, I wonder if there'll ever be a Fortnite movie. I feel like they will do that. They have to. Did they make a Minecraft movie? Fortnite movie would be crazy. Them like jumping out of like the fucking whatever that shit's called, the school bus with the balloon. I know I'm supposed to know what that term is, but imagine that. That'd be crazy. Yeah, if you play Roblox, Fortnite is like that. Wait, yeah, if you play Roblox, Fortnite is like that. It's a hub world of worlds where you can jump from the battle royale. Those were bundles that came with their own worlds. Yeah, Eminem, Ice Spice, and Snoop Dogg. Oh, bundles. Oh, and they come with their own worlds too? Wow. So Fortnite as a film or TV series would be technically be that TV show, The 100. Fuck, see? You're putting me on the game. There's a show that's like that? Oh, shit. Damn. Wow. That actually looks okay. Just jumping out the sky. Damn. Portals and shit. Wow, deep. Young Kyle. 2006 said Young Kyle. I like that. Yeah, see? They don't call me Unc, they call me Young Kyle. I've always had an idea for a TV show, but I don't know how to get it started. Well, don't say it here just in case, but you can if you want. I would say the biggest thing is you need a lot of money. I would say if you want to start a TV show in 2025, put a lot of money together, shoot a couple conceptual scenes that are their own standalone thing, almost like little short films with the concept and the characters. Go crazy promoting that on social media to get people into it, and then just always put like TV coming soon or movie coming soon. Build up an audience over that. That'll let you know if it's a good idea. And it depends on how you want to do it. You could raise a gang of money, shoot your own show, which I think would be hard if you want to shoot multiple episodes. You might, or what I would do is I would shoot a movie, a standalone movie that you can distribute and kind of leave it open for series potential. Maybe there's a good cast or whatever, a good character selection. And then I would just push it on social media heavy, and then always kind of like keep in mind that you want to turn it into a show and do it that way. But I mean, we're talking, if you got like a cool like 2 million laying around. Emperor said, tell him lock in with me. I go to school as a writer for television and film. Well, you heard it there. And that's low. 2 million is low. I'm just saying. I'm saying like on an independent level. I think you could shoot an indie movie. Well, maybe not your idea. Maybe not your idea for 2 million. But I would assume that like on a bigger budget, like a lot of that budget is going towards like facilities and crew and equipment, but like a lot of the times it's going towards like the actual talent. It depends on how you want to do it. Yeah, another technique is to put famous people in your shit, but even that's not guaranteed to go. But yeah, we should talk more about this. Emperor Juice. So are you in I have a hard time. Hold on. Let's see if I can plug your shit. You said Streams, California. Oh, you're in San Bernardino, IE. Well, shit, I might need to talk to you too. Yeah. Yeah. What kind of stuff do you write? I went to film school as well. I went for directing though. But it all goes hand in hand. Yeah, I guess yeah. If you just have an idea, 2,000, yeah, maybe you do need a writer to flesh it out. But I've heard of so many people with ideas and scripts and decks and everything, and maybe if you, hopefully you didn't just get an ad, Emperor. That it's still hard. It's still hard. Like, I would say the most successful people are the people that figure out how to get it done themselves. Well, yeah, but you're a trucker though, meaning you make bread, so you could. Sometimes you could fund your own thing. Now, if it's like, it depends on what kind of movie it is. If it's like a fucking stoner comedy, yeah, you could shoot that for like 100K, 200K if you know the right people. But if it's like VFX and action and adventure, yeah, you need multiple millions to do that shit right. I got no problem saying it, bro. If you want to go down that route. Fuck it. I'm down. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's see what Emperor says too, because he can see your tweets. Or no. Well, he can on the screen, but I'll read them. Emperor, yeah, we basically down the road. I'm on a psychological thriller kind of mode right now. Those are hard to write, so I respect that. That means you're a good writer if you could write shit like that. Mode right now, especially with the Cronenberg film binge I've been on. M. Night Shyamalan with an interest in horror writing. At least this is my preferred lane. I got caught up in an ad. Yeah. No, you're good. I can kind of see when they're on. Yo, my B, I'm late. You're good, Glacial. Better late than never. You are late though. You're late. We're just talking. We're about to make the best movie in the world. So Emperor Juice makes psychological thrillers. 2006 says he has a movie, but he's a trucker. But nah, honestly, I bet you some of the best movie ideas don't come from fucking writers. They probably come from real life. Like sometimes people will read the newspaper and write something based off, because it's just real life is the best story sometimes. So there's no such thing as a dumb trucker. You can't be a dumb trucker. You've decided to take a lucrative career path. There's nothing dumb about that. So your logistical skills are on point just by design. Okay, here's a setup. Says 2000 set. All right, everyone visualize the setup. All right, he's going. The year is 2011 in North Korea. Interesting. Okay. The ruling supreme leader has died. Now the son has, start consolidating power. The power consolidation Kim Jong-un had to go through, he executed people with anti-aircraft guns, his aunt and uncle included. All right, so I'm already telling you, this is a $10 million movie. There's no way to low scale this unless it's like someone observing these things like via TV from like a small setting, like it's like a regular guy and he's like watching the news and he's reacting that way. You could probably tell it that way. But if you need to see Korea and aircrafts and hey, we got AI now, I don't know, but and CGI, but you know, but yeah. But also one thing I learned in film school is like don't worry about that shit. Don't limit yourself. Don't limit your story to like what you can get. Just write it and then figure it out later. Glacial said I was watching people out in for Lod IRL streaming. People are pressing him because of the IRL cameras. It's hilarious. Who is Loud? I feel like I heard that name on another thing. Anyway, so 2006, so modern Game of Thrones type thing as we follow him locking down the power of the country. Okay. And add in the mystery of North Korea and already the true things he had to do to hold power. Man, I think we can make something click here. All right, so if I was Emperor Juice as a writer, I would say, what is the beginning, middle, and end? And mostly, what's the end? How does the story conclude? Because at the end of the day, a movie is a story. So, what we're following the one guy. So maybe we see some sort of like growth in him. Who is he in the beginning? Who is he in the end? How does the story change in the beginning? How does the story or world change in the end? And like, what's the midway point? And I think you got something. Start with an inciting incident that starts off the whole story. Maybe there's something that changes early in the beginning, a new responsibility, like you said. Then there's the middle part, which would include the middle part and the climax, and then the conclusion, which would be how everything changes or goes back to the same on a base level. I'm sure there's more nuances that Emperor could add on to, but any story, you can tell almost any story, but as long as it has the key elements, beginning, middle, and end, and mostly beginning, and you can kind of figure out your climax and stuff, but they're very important because you'll need to lead up to that and you'll need to resolve from that as well. Fort Lauderdale, you said, Glacial. Okay, let me read that one more time. I was watching a couple people out for Fort Lauderdale IRL streaming. People are pressing them because of, okay. Florida's not feeling the streaming just yet. Although Fort Lauderdale's near Miami, so people are probably streaming there all the time. Beginning is, so 2006 says, beginning is him starting to take power from those who want it. Middle is him killing all his ops. Okay, right. Maybe it seems like he's getting out of control. It could go either way. Maybe there would be some sort of challenge where maybe he has a mission, maybe he almost doesn't make it, but he does. End is he's sitting on the throne modern day. So he starts off as being someone not in power, and his growth is he, through that process, has to turn into this, not monster, but cold, it's all about business and power type of individual, and he turns into something else. There's a transformation. Hey, you know, the right script, right actor, right everything. You know, people like shit like that. You know. Emperor Jew said, "Yeah, what's the end theme? Is there something that you want the audience to feel, or do you want to set on them and see their responses in reaction towards what you represent?" See, those are the nuances I was talking about, because that's where it is intention. Intention is in that, where it's what message do you want to convey? How do you That's deep. See, that's the detail. That's what makes a good one and a real one. I feel that notion. What's the end theme? Is there something that you want the audience to feel, or do you want to set it on them and see their response and reaction towards what you represent? Exactly. That's the whole tone. How do you want the audience to feel is so important. There's so many movies. So I find the phenomenon where there's like movies it's supposed to be a funny movie. I mean, it's supposed to be a serious movie, and then the audience like perceives it as a comedy, but it's still good. They're like, "Oh man, that movie was so funny." And people are like, "That wasn't supposed to be funny." And I always find that sometimes you can't know how the audience will respond, but people can still love it. 2006 says currently it's the year 112 in North Korea due to the previous leader making people celebrate 112. Really, or did you say like 2012? Previous leader making people celebrate his life like he is a god. I don't know how I felt watching Game of Thrones. Great until the end, then angry at the end. They call it Juche years. Yeah, no, I feel like any good story is something that evokes some sort of emotion, whether it's laughter, sadness, inspiration, anger, you know. That's why I think fucking Breaking Bad was so good, because you're constantly conflicted on how you feel. Sometimes you're laughing. Sometimes you're like, what the fuck, Walter White? Sometimes you're like, oh shit, Walter White's the shit. Sometimes you're like, kill this dude. Sometimes you're like, why'd they kill this dude? Sometimes you're like, you know what I mean? That shit was crazy. Sometimes it's like, wow, meth is fucked up. Sometimes it's like, damn, I want to try meth. Like, that shit is crazy. Breaking Bad is like such a masterpiece to me. Like, it just is everything. That universe is so fucking dope. And I'm surprised like I didn't like Better Call Saul more and stuff like that. And just the pace wasn't for me. But like Breaking Bad, man. Juchi, I think is the pronunciation. Oh, okay. Juchi. W idea. So how would we break that down if you wanted to do that film? I would say like, I don't even know, bro. That's a tough one. Some people might say shoot a trailer and just pitch that and come and make a deck. That would be a hard trailer to shoot though. Or, you know, get the idea and develop it with somebody like Emperor, and maybe he would have more, you know, I don't know. Some people are looking for big scripts too. Because that's not the easiest script to write either. A lot of things have to be factually correct. It just has to be, you have to do a lot of fact checking. With like a random movie, you can kind of just like make shit up. With this, it kind of has to like work historical and geographical and political things kind of have to make sense. So not the easiest thing to write. Emperor says, oh, so it's like he has reset that portion of the world and that which follows that they've done away with the entire calendar system. So it's been 112 years of Korea as independent supreme dictator authority without foreign influence. 2006 said, yes, it's insane, Emperor. The whole country is so crazy. That was a mystery I was referring to earlier. So this is, so the beginning part is in 112, and then the movie picks up in the year 2011. They say that period pieces are hard to shoot too, because of, you know, even shooting on 2011, it seems like it's not that far away, but like cars look different in 2011. You know, everything looked different. Clothing was different. TVs look different. Apartments look different. So not that different, but you know. No, sir. Currently, it's 2025 here, and it is. Wait. Oh, I know it's. Wait. Because I'm scrolling up. You said. Okay, here is the setup. The year is 2011 in North Korea. And then you said it's 112 in North Korea. And then it's 2025. So their calendar started. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I did not pick up on that. I get you. Oh, that's kind of fucked up. Gotcha. Oh. That's interesting. Wow, you could actually like play with that with like the promotion and like the title and the artwork and stuff where it's like 112 years or something. Yeah. That's dope. That's actually fire. Because it would be like, why is it called 112 years? Well, because that's actually good. That's actually That is good. That is good. That sounds like an Oscar fucking movie. Some obscure, not some obscure. It's like some esoteric type of like you don't know until you know type of shit. Yeah. That's fire. Wow. And that's it is kind of like goes into like the creepy weird world where people are like get brainwashed and will just kind of go with what they're told in a way. Because if it's 2025 here and people have internet and things like that, and we live in this modern world where people know, but they're just so like, what? Like, they don't even have, everything is just controlled and regulated where they're not even aware of, like, that's kind of crazy. Damn. Like, I've got a bunch of my thoughts in my head about it, but I have trouble getting them out in a logical way. Well, 2006, you might not like this, but, and a lot of people, and I don't know how Emperor feels about this, but that's where a lot of people, that's one strength of AI, is that it's incredibly great at organizing and creating outlines. Now, I'm not telling you to write a whole script with it. It's going to fail in a lot of areas. But especially if you don't have the training to create film outlines, the beauty of ChatGPT is that it's very smart. It can understand your shit and understand your nuances and details, give you things that you couldn't even think about, and put it into different formats where it's suitable, you know, and give you good suggestions. Like, how can I make this good? What would be a good climax? How can I end this? It's not that good at like endings and shit like that, I'm not gonna lie, but you don't have to talk to it in a professional way. You can just have messy notes. You could write it on paper and it can read that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yup. You and Empire may have to collab and bring this to life. That'd be crazy. Emperor says, this was a time I remember when Korea had certain games on the internet that no other country could get access to unless you had a Korean social security number. That's crazy. You had to enter it into the site to even make an account. Imagine if we had shit like that, where people would be like, I'm not putting my fucking social security in. It was being used to desensitize boys against German and Nazi and American concentration camps to set up Korean terrorist sleeper cells in other countries, brainwashing them into not even taking consideration of the words of other countries that they're, oh, it only put part of it on a kick. Interesting. There's a limit. That their home were a superpower. That's crazy. I wonder what the game was. Was it a fun game at least? Because it sounds like it sucks to live in North Korea. What kind of game was it? Was it like Cool Math or something? Or like Word Munchers? That game couldn't have been that fun. What if it was like the best game of all time? It's like, damn, I need to play this game. Imagine, you think people would put in their social security if they could get GTA 6? I think they would. I think streamers would fucking sell their firstborn to be able to play GTA 6 before everybody. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh shit. Yeah, nah, man, this is a big movie, man. Movies are hard. Movies are hard. Even like movies that seem like simple are cost a lot of money. I actually like really simple movies though. Like one of my favorite movies is am I effing bad? Shit. Why am I effing? Does this play better in a movie or TV series? I think it could go either way. I think I think you would make way more money with a TV series. But I think it could go either way. Because you could do like the first seasons of him just like before he even starts. But like the cool thing about TV series is that you can like shoot a movie and then like expand even like the movie in a series like I like movies personally because it's like one and done, you can get out the way. I guess you could always sequel it up. I like TV shows because you can spread it out and do a lot, but TV shows are fucking hard. And they're harder. It's easier to like make a good movie and like present it and sell it. A TV show, you gotta kind of like, to sell it, like you gotta do a lot of like it's like less work than making a movie, but it's like it's gotta be so good that people just believe in it. If it were called The Guns, the Dual Back, then it opened up the other country. Wait, okay, so King Juice, shout out King Juice. If it were called Guns, the Dual Back, then it opened up to other countries after it were made as KDMB, a kill, death, murder box. That's when the company had to sell out after its changes. Does it play better? Nah, you good, man. Small skip. K-Guns, when it were illegal for us to access it. Ty says, yo. Twitch Emperor says, yeah, I agree. Okay, I wouldn't know the first place to start. Yo, shout out King Juice. What's up with you, bro? What up, Ty? What up, Ty? You're back. You're back for it. Almost at the 2-hour mark. But I guess I'll probably stay on a little longer anyways. I wouldn't know the first place to start. It's hard, man. It's a hard game. But sometimes it is the relationships with somebody like an emperor that would give you some. But yeah, I'm almost like the first place you literally have to start is like with a script more than anything. Is having an actual screenplay, actual like 90 to 120 page or more screenplay. How I would start if I had to do this, like just say like everything was gonna go perfectly, I would and Emperor you can reinforce or give nuances. So I said maybe the Emperor can pencil that thing out in 10 years we will be like, dang, someone made it. Yeah, no, that's dope. See, you're a unicorn. Most people would be like, they stole my movie. You're like, fuck it, I just want to see this shit get made. Ty said, what's the topic and how you got 2 juices in here? Oh shit, I didn't even catch that. That's hilarious. We got King Juice and Emperor Juice. But maybe King Juice is Emperor Juice. Maybe they're the same person. Maybe he switched over to Kick because the ads. That might be what's happening. I think that might be what happened. Am I right? Yeah, it's centered around it. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I'm Emperor of Kings, LOL. Okay. Good call, though. I didn't even catch that. I'm slow today. I just accepted it. Yeah, sometimes you gotta switch over to Kick because the ads. But if you're a real one, you'll leave that Twitch running, so we get the ads too. But no, seriously, if I had to, oh wait. What's the topic? The topic is 2000 Sit has a movie idea, and Juice is a screenwriter. Sit said, then I'll grab my popcorn and enjoy the heck out of it. Yeah. You gotta W double dipping. I like that. Yeah, I got your Twitch, YouTube, and Kick running. Oh shit. Okay. Damn. So, oh, I did. Damn. We got it. Damn. We got support. Damn. Okay. Okay. Appreciate you, bro. Interesting. Says Ty. So if I was to do a movie where I had nothing and just an idea, this is what I would do. First step would be write down my entire idea as a story. Just write a paragraph. Just write the whole thing from start to finish. Just take your time, go back and edit things, get like a good page, a whole page of the whole story, maybe two. I would do that. Then, and I would figure out a good middle and end. Make sure I have that. And a good like couple moments where you don't know what's going to happen and the character overcomes or whatever, however it happens. Then I would outline it like a film, and maybe I'll plug this into ChatGPT to help me, but I would outline it as a film. I would create like basically like a beat by beat of each thing, and try to think of it like how a movie would play out. And then I would take my outline, turn it into a beat by beat, which is like a script, where you put like the location, what happens in the scene, no dialogue yet, just what happens, just do a whole beat by beat for the whole thing. And then I would start fleshing that out into dialogue for each scene. You know, you take the description, you delete some of that, you write it as dialogue and keep action. I mean, and by that point, I mean, this will probably take you a while. You can also use AI for some of this shit. And if you do that, you should have a decent script, assuming, and the key is that outline. Also, another thing you might want to do first is like do like character breakdowns of each character, just stupid shit, their favorite color, their birthday, their favorite food. It'll help you make choices when you're writing your story. And then as far as like pitching to a studio, that's the hard part. But I would just start to do some like proofs of concept and things like that. Maybe some artwork. You could use AI to generate some artwork. Maybe you shoot some screen tests. It might be hard. Make a deck, and then maybe give it to somebody else that can like take it further than you can. Someone in Hollywood over here. Make sure you delete that comment. No tracks, no evidence. Oh yeah, what was it? The one I got your Twitch, YouTube, and Kick run. Is that bad? We can't say that, or they're gonna catch on. There's nothing wrong with that. We're allowed to view farm a little bit, and then we hire Tom Cruise. I mean, that's where the money comes in. You're better off having Tom Cruise write it. Emperor said, yeah, that's how you can get it done. You can type it ChatGPT or any of these AI dating avatar apps that write back and it will outline the answer questions for you directly. That's funny, AI dating. Like literally all the LLMs are the same. You can do it on like the YouTube Ask. You could probably do it. I don't know. I just take chances, especially with Obey, Bring Brother, Korean tyranny going on. Maybe I'm mistaken. No, I mean, Tom Cruise might come a little later. But unless you know him and he wants to produce it. I don't even know if Tom Cruise does anything that he doesn't produce anymore. It might be hard to get him. But yeah, you could probably find a Tom Cruise. But I think that would be a later step. Once the idea, like once someone wants to make this movie, then they're going to like start being like, okay, who are we thinking about? You make your wish list and they'll try to like fall within that. But yeah, no, producing is hard. At the end of the day, it's all about the money. If the money and the budget is not there, you can't even start on it. Because there's definitely pre-production and that has a lot of cost too. So you could spend a year or two just on pre-production. That's like getting the script right, securing locations, securing talent, building a crew. Some of that stuff is going to come a little bit later, of course, once you have everything set up. But the budget is everything. The money's everything. And for this movie, this is at least a $5 million movie. It's probably more than that. It's probably closer to 10 or 20. Because you got to think about, like, how do you shoot a movie? If you want to shoot in North Korea, how do you do that? You have to go over there with, like, 30 people. At least 40 people. You know what I mean? So just the logistics of that alone is a cost. Just travel. Not talking about what people are charging you to do this and the equipment and the. You know. Who would 2000 says that who would we cast as Obama and Trump because there's some serious U.S. relations that take place during this time. The Sony hack takes place during this timeline also. Wow, no way. We use Vietnam or something somewhere cheaper and safer. Yeah, and that's smart. That's called smart producing. Who would play Obama? Who would play Obama? You'd have to. I don't even know if that person exists yet. That actor. It might be an unknown. Trump. Shit, I don't even know, bro. That's a good question. Because it couldn't be like a comedic thing. We can't be like we want, you know, Jordan Peele and fucking who played Trump a lot of times, and Alec Baldwin as Trump. You know, it has to be realistic. Emperor Juice says, shit, low tier guy wants to go into acting. Ty said Alec Baldwin. Wait, who's low tier god? Obama would have been 50-ish at that time. How old is he now? Damn. Let's see, Obama actor look-alike. They don't even care if you look like the fucking person in the movie anymore. They'll probably put Michael B. Jordan as Obama or something for all we know. Who would play Obama? Oh, yeah, there was that movie, that Michelle and Obama movie that time. I mean, literally anybody could be Obama. Obama's kind of like easy to like recreate. You just gotta be like a light-skinned dude with a good haircut. My boy Gerard could play Obama. He won't be 50 by that time though. Although he could be probably. We'll cast my boy Gerard as Obama. Why is my internet not working? Roll one, smoke one, and we're all just having fun. We'll cast my boy Gerard as Obama. Because we won't shoot this for several years and he'll be close to that age. He'll still be in his, he'll be like 40 something. Yo, why is my internet? Oh, my Wi-Fi's off. We'll cast Gerard as Obama. And Trump, I don't know. I don't know. Denzel will be like 89 by the time we shoot this movie. That's the Trump and a half right there. Wait, what? Tier guy, that can be your Obama. He a Twitch streamer that. Thank you. Damn, how did my mic die? I think I plugged the wrong one in. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. Who said that? Thank you, 2000 Sit. Denzel, that old Denzel's like fucking 60. It would have to be like 70. By the time we shoot this movie, Denzel's gonna be 99. Appreciate it. Damn, I plugged the wrong sound. I wasn't even looking at the thank you. W chat. I don't think I said anything too crazy. I was just said I vote Gerard. Damn, yeah, we approach him for a producer role then. Right. Yeah, because it's got to be someone that's like, for 50, it's got to be someone that's like 40 now. And are there a lot of 40-year-old actors? I mean, I guess there are. I don't know. I mean, anybody could literally play Trump because, like, you just put him in, like, the right, like, costume. He's going to look. Terrence Howard as Obama. Nah, but he's got to be 50 already, but he looks younger. Cuba Gooding Jr. as Obama. Shamar Moore as Obama. They probably put fucking Idris Elba as Obama somehow just because Hollywood's weird. Will Smith as Obama. Will Smith's already 50 though, but he looks younger. Will Smith as Obama is diabolical. So is him as Ali though, so I guess it could work. Amari Hardwick as Obama. Shout out OCR Stream Hub World. Jay Farrow as Obama. They're gonna. It's like, oh, he did the voice. Jay Farrow could not be Obama. I don't like when they. Cuba may work. Cuba got some skills. Cuba's cool. Shane Gillis. I don't like when they. I don't like when they cast as Trump. That'd be interesting. Yeah, literally anybody that's just an older Caucasian fellow could play Trump. Dead ass. That would be good. That could be a Trump face. It's not really quite the same, but I'm sure with the right shaving and the right hair and the right suit, it could be pulled off. Alec Baldwin looks nothing like Trump. What am I gonna say? I hate when they cast people with the wrong complexion. I think skin color is. I'm not saying it's like important, but like it's a big part of the black experience. Like, it doesn't mean that one is better. It just is what it is. You know, being dark skin is a thing. Being light skin is a thing. It doesn't mean that one is better or one. It just is. It just is part of your identity. So when they cast this nigga to play Michael Jackson, it's like Michael Jackson was never this color even before he turned that. And that there's nothing anything wrong with that. It just ends up looking not right because it's not real. Like, this is crazy. Look at this. And they casted a dude that was like 6'4" or 6'5", and Michael Jackson's like 5'10", so it just naturally never looked like Michael Jackson for so many reasons. Even with all this, it just looks like Flex wearing Michael Jackson costume and his bad makeup. This is ass. The only person that I give the this is ass. The only time that it worked was Jason Weaver as Michael Jackson. For some reason, he was just so good. This looks nothing like Michael Jackson. These are the same person. These are supposed to be the same person. You don't get light skin when you get older. Rest in peace, Wiley Draper, though. I mean, Michael wasn't super light, I guess. But I believe this was Michael Jackson. I guess Michael wasn't super, super light. He was more like a brown, not like a chocolate type. You know what I mean? Pause. And not that it doesn't matter. It just is what it is. Like, people that are dark skinned should be happy. People that are light skinned should be happy. It's them. It's their identity. Like, so it's not. It doesn't mean any shit. I just, you know. The best person to play Michael Jackson, though, Wiley Draper. I'm not going to lie. He doesn't even look like Michael that much, but he just captured his essence. I'm curious to see how Jafar does as Michael because he sounds exactly like him. That's the crazy part. He just sounds like him so much. This is actually Isn't that like Randy Jackson's actual son? Or maybe Jermaine's son? Maybe Jermaine's son, the real son. So he actually looks like the person. He got lighter with age like car paint type shit. And it could happen, I guess, like as a kid, if you go outside, you're playing outside, you might be a little dark skinned than somebody that like stays inside all day. Yes, of course that could happen. Fine. Flex a fool. Yeah, that was crazy. That was the worst shit I've ever. And it's just like, even he was like, and he tells his story. He was like, I told him, and I was like, you sure? And they're like, nah, it'll work, it'll work. So he's like, fuck it, I'll just do it. One half of me is tan, the other side is pasty because you've been driving in that sun. Another bad casting was when they did the Aaliyah movie and who they casted for Missy Elliott. So they casted this girl for Missy Elliott, even though Missy Elliott at the time looked like this. They casted like the new looking Missy Elliott. But sometimes the actor picks who plays them though, low key. That's the truth. I remember we were on set for the New Edition movie, and we were rolling with Maurice Starr, who is the general. Shout out Maurice. And so Maurice kind of looked like, no, I can't find a 90s picture of him. He kind of was like this in the 90s. And so they casted Faison for it. And I remember Faison right here, Faison from Friday, Big Worm. And I remember Maurice was complaining like, man, why they cast that? I can't, he doesn't look nothing like me. Why they cast him? And everyone was like, Maurice, you chose him to play you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so sometimes that's why people come out with weird casting, because sometimes the person that they're playing has a hand in who's playing them sometimes. Yeah, there's some good casting though. There's some good fucking cast. Sometimes it doesn't make sense, but sometimes it just is so good. Yeah, I think that Michael Jackson casting is bad. Jafar Jackson. A lot of people are mad at this Michael movie. And I think a big problem is, okay, so does Jafar look anything like Michael Jackson? It's like they look close enough to be related because they are, but they're just two different people. But it is kind of weird that people expect the person to look exactly, at least they're like the same skin tone, at least they have similar build, similar facial structure, I guess. Something is just, I don't know. Yeah, it's just I don't know what it is. But I mean, it looks similar enough. I mean, he doesn't not look like Michael Jackson. You know? He just doesn't particularly look like him. Like, he looks like Michael Jackson when he's not trying to look like Michael Jackson. That's what, they should have just kept his face normal. Like, and not did the prosthetics until it was absolutely necessary. They just should have just let him rock like this. It's a yes and a no at the same time. It's a 6'7". He looks more, I would accept this version of him as Michael, and I think that's why people were initially excited. But then when they add all the extra shit, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know what it is. This shit was weird. But then there's some people on Twitter going, he looks exactly like him. And I'm like, where? But at the same time, I got to catch myself because he doesn't need to look exactly like him. But they just, it's like they try too hard. That's why I wish Michael was alive, because he'd be like, nah, you're doing this shit wrong. Like Michael, I think I think the main thing about Michael, look how spaced out his eyes are. That's like a very distinct look. His eyes are very close together. Not very close, they're just more normal. And that'll change the whole thing. Now let's look at Wiley Draper. He has wide spaced out eyes too. He doesn't really look like Michael, but they're kind of more spaced out than the other guy. I don't know why. He just gives Michael. I don't know why. Maybe because I saw this movie at a young age and didn't see a lot of Jackson 5 shit until later. So this is just burned in my brain as how Michael looked, even though they don't really look that similar. Maybe their head shape is similar. Like, they didn't even change his nose that much and it worked. I don't know. Rest in peace, Wiley, though. I think the kid Michael Jackson looks like him, though. The kid that they chose to play the kid Michael looks like him. Even how they picked out this dude to play Joe Jackson, that was a weird casting, too. This shit made no sense at all. Oh, hold on. To play the dad, he looks nothing like the Joe Jackson. Damn, sorry. That was a weird choice. He's like tall, but sometimes you just gotta pick somebody to play it. Ty said Fabio mad because he thinks he looks like Michael. However, he is talentless and sounds nothing like him. Also, the movie is about his entire life. Yeah. Yo, low key though. I mean, that's as close as you can get, though. He's like a very specific era of Michael. He's like bad Michael. Like, he's like if Michael stayed in like bad. Damn. We gotta do like the side by side of. I feel like they could have threw Fabio in like the end where like Michael's just like in his older years and just like accepting awards and shit. I think they could have threw him in, but yeah, he also, yeah. I've never seen it. He's like 65% Michael Jackson. But that missing like 35%. No, he's like 60% Michael Jackson. That missing 40% is crucial. It's like all the 60 goes into the looks. And then that rest, that's like, no, it's like more like 50. All the other like talent and stuff is just not there. He knows all the moves. He's just not good at doing them. And his actual singing voice is actually similar to Michael, but he just is not a great singer like Michael. So it just falls flat. Damn, I wish there was a side by side of all of them. Fabio Jackson, Wiley, Draper, Jafar. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I don't know why it pisses me off so much. Like, you just like, if you just take this picture alone, when have we ever seen Michael Jackson look like that? Even though he probably has worn that exact outfit, it's just not even recognizable. I don't know. Something's just off about it to me. Even though, yeah, he's literally wearing it in this without the jacket. Something, I don't know. I can't explain it. What it is. I think Michael's cheekbones are more pronounced. Similar lower half. All right, if we cut off the top of, does this look like Michael? It doesn't not look like Michael. If we only do eyes, oh, we can't do it. I would have to like, let me see. Does that look like Michael? A little bit. If I only saw this, and you asked me who it was, I might say Michael Jackson. If you only show, oh fuck. If you only showed me, oh, where is it? Oh, I can't do it. How did I do that before with the mouth? Oh yeah. If you only showed me this, would I say Michael Jackson? Low key. I don't know. Something is just I don't know. But I think we've gotten too spoiled and we want people to look like the person too much. But sometimes that matters though. Like your identity, your complexion, your facial shape, your height, everything matters. That contributes to how you present yourself in the world. So I think it does matter in a way. So it's sometimes not like looking like exactly like the person, but at least being the same type of person that they would be, if that makes sense. Yeah, this shit's fucked. Here, we'll do it like this. Why? We'll pull them up all side by side. All right, so we'll go to Wiley as Michael. Let's find the best one. All right, this one. Not bad. We'll do Jafar Jackson as Michael. What's the best shot of him? I don't know. I haven't found one shot of him from this movie that I'm like, that's it. So maybe like during one era, he really, really looks like him. So it's kind of just awkward for all the other eras because they have to keep the same actor. Maybe it's something like that. We'll just say this is the best photo, even though I don't think it is. Open image. How do I do that? A new tab. So then we go here. We need 4. We need the real Michael. Let's say Michael Jackson. We'll call this Beat It Michael. Oh, I guess we have a photo of him already next to the... We'll just do this. Yo, Wiley does kind of like take the kick, I'm not gonna lie. Pause. Open a new tab. Alright, we'll do this. We'll do this. And we'll do this. Ty said, oh yeah, Fabio. Christy Chan, how are ya? Oh, the new MJ movie. Yeah. Man, I heard that they're gonna have to make it into two parts because they couldn't get clearance to do something the right way. They couldn't include the other family members, so they had to like reshoot scenes that only are about Michael, and then I guess they can do it for the sequel. I'm good though. How are you? So, are we forgetting one? I guess we would put Fabio there, but fuck that. Fabio can't be this Michael. He won't look like this Michael. He'll just look like the other Michael. I'm good. That's good to hear. Appreciate you. Appreciate the follow too. Yeah, we're just discussing it. How do you feel about it? Do you think that Jafar is... Okay, let's put these in this order actually, because this is the order it came in. Oh no, I can't do it. It's okay. So this is Michael. This is from the American Dream movie. This is Wiley Draper, rest in peace. I don't think that he particularly looks like Michael, but at least maybe he was the same type of dude because of this movie's old, so they weren't so far away from the 80s when this came out, so they could, they could get closer to the authenticity, if you know what I mean, like get closer to the hairstyles, the clothing. Jafar is also, I think he might be biracial too, so his features might be a little different. Wiley's killing it, even though, who looks more like the actual Michael? Jafar or Wiley? I don't think Jafar looks anything like him. Oh yeah, Brandon Howard. Yeah. We know who Brandon. We'll look up B. Howard. I know people that know them that will swear that B. Howard is Michael Jackson's real son. Damn, we gotta find the right picture of him. B. Howard is crazy though. He sounds exactly like him, but I think Jafar still sounds more like him though. All right, we'll put B. Howard here. Open. Wait, where is that? Open image in new tab. tab. Fuck, I'm running out of space. Hold up. We got this. They told you, don't you ever come around here. Where did that other window go? Alright. We got this. No worries. Her. This is not a good example of B. Howard. There's better. I'll play even a video of him. So you said you don't think Jafar looks like him, but if you could get the mannerisms and hey, right. So what's gonna sell the movie? Ty said, seen pics of Howard that look like him and some that don't. Yeah, I think when he was younger too. I think that's the thing. I think some people tap into very specific eras of MJ. Like Fabio is later in life Michael, right? I mean, later, late 90s to or 90s to the rest of his life Michael. That doesn't transfer to the other Michaels, So is it the voice that sells it? Is it the singing and dancing ability? Is it the look that sells it? Is it just the good acting? Wiley is my GOAT. B. Howard, we don't know if B. Howard can act. Jafar apparently can just act because, I don't know, he can just act. He's probably grown up in this industry and can just do that shit. Of course, no, it's gonna be a huge movie. That's gonna be a thing. This is gonna be one of those movies where people are gonna go to see how bad it is in a good way, and it'll probably be one of those things where people are gonna be like, "Damn, like I thought this shit was gonna be ass and it was way better." Sometimes the songs save it. Sometimes the mannerisms save it. You know what movie? Oh, you know what movie I kind of had a problem with, but it was also kind of good. It's kind of how I felt about the Bob Marley movie. When I saw the previews, I was like, "This looks fucking ass." But then when I watched it, I was like, I don't mind if the dude is like 6'3" and Bob Marley's like 5'2". That was probably the worst thing that bothered me is that the height, because as a however tall Bob Marley was, probably 5'7", that is a completely different experience in life than someone that's over 6 feet. It's just different. Your confidence is different. You have to carry your confidence in a different way. It's just a different person. You're looking up versus looking down. You're just a different type of person. It's not the same. And it doesn't mean that being taller or being shorter is better. It's just different. It's not the same thing. Just even like if he's in a scene and like he has to grab something from like a counter, that's way different than somebody that's like 6'2" and then somebody's like 5'7". It's just those little nuances of like going on your tippy toes or grabbing a stool or something. Not saying that if you're 5'7" you have to do that. I'm just saying like whatever the height is, it's just even like if you ever see him and he's walking in a scene, he has to like duck under something. That just probably didn't exist in Bob Marley's world. So that's why I think casting is super important, because the human that you're trying to capture, it just has to work. You know what I'm saying? It just has to like make sense, because it's just different. It's just everybody is their own combination. It's different. But yeah, the Bob Marley, I'm 5'2" and use a stool. Right, exactly. If you were 6 feet, it wouldn't even be in your world, So the Bob Marley movie, it had redeeming points because the music was so good. Seeing them make the music was so good. There was even though the movie wasn't like the craziest movie, it was very entertaining, and it was like, okay, I actually fuck with the movie more than I thought. But from the preview, I was like, I didn't even want to see it. That's how annoyed I was with that movie. But then I was like, oh shit, I'm actually glad I watched this shit. So, and that was the problem with, so hopefully Jafar is like a fucking carbon copy of Michael with just a slightly different face. If it's just a slightly different face, that's literally what acting is. So I can't be too mad at that. I feel like they should have probably left some of the prosthetics alone and just like did it at the final point where his nose is just completely different. But even still, like even this nose that they have on him here, if he was just with the white skin, he would just look like Michael Jackson. It wouldn't even be that different. If anything, just add on like a little bit on the nostrils, which I guess they did maybe. I don't know. It's just you can't make a small nose by putting it on top of a bigger nose. It just doesn't work that way. Like it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So you're better off keeping it as small as possible and contouring with makeup and ever. But you know what it is. I'm sure it's gonna be fire. Sometimes when you see something out of context, it looks crazy. But then when you see it all put together and it's color corrected and they soften up the film and you know what I'm saying? It just looks different. And sometimes they put stuff out to get the audience reaction, and then sometimes they come back and fix it for the final thing too. Remember how Sonic the Hedgehog looked when they first presented that movie? They had to change the whole character because people were like, "What the fuck is this?" So Michael's eyes were definitely bigger. That's definitely one of his distinct traits is that he had huge eyes. Wiley's eyes aren't that huge, but they at least are spread out more. And Jafar's eyes are closer together. That makes a huge difference on how you look. Though they do have the same jawline. I don't know if it's prosthetics. The jawline is similar. The mouth, he has a big mouth like Michael. The cheekbones, they are kind of pronounced like Michael. The eyebrows are completely wrong. Even just the eyebrows can make you look so different. Like he has these tiny little woman eyebrows, and Michael had these big. Even his eyebrows are skinny here, but this would be closer. Boom, boom. It's completely different. That doesn't look real. This looks like makeup. Not that Michael wasn't wearing makeup, but probably not here. That's just different. I don't know. Yeah, Jafar's face is longer as well. Is that what it is? He has a longer face. True. Michael's head is a little more square than oblong. Yep. But again, we're nitpicking, right? We're nitpicking because we're in 2025. We have 4K and HD. We can see every detail. When we saw this shit, this nigga looked like fucking Michael because we were watching on a fuzzy ass TV. It was shot on some older film. It's not 4K, so he just looked like him. I don't know how. He didn't even sound like him that much when you think about it. He did, but he didn't. Jafar sounds exactly like Michael. That's one thing. And I remember another bad casting was in the NWA movie. Ty said his nose was skinny too. Yeah, exactly. It's not weird though. I'm not mad at it, and I'm not mad that they use his actual like relative. So there's gonna be some of the DNA in there. Pause. Like that's gonna be something that we can't see from the trailer. It's gonna be like, oh no, this is some real shit. This is some real shit. Another bad casting was Dr. Dre in the NWA movie. That dude that played him, great actor. But what did save it is that he sounded exactly like Dre. Wrong complexion. They had him my complexion or darker, and Dr. Dre is light skinned. It is what it is. I don't like that shit. 480p with high grain made a difference. Yeah, it's so different. It's diffusion. It's just like, oh shit, I can't even. I guess he looks like him. It's blurry, you know. It's different. And they're probably creative with the angle. No, you just felt like it was Michael. I don't know why. Even to this day, I know he looks nothing like him, but in my mind, that's Michael Jackson. And Jason Weaver is Michael Jackson as a kid. Like, I don't know why. Maybe because I was a kid, that's just what I believed. But that shit, I believed it. Great casting in that movie. Who else was a weird casting? What's his name? The homie. He played Snoop Dogg. He was in Get Out. Forgetting his name. Oh, he said, but yeah, hey, I bet Jafar will stay committed to his uncle's memory. Nah, he's probably the same size. He could probably fit all the clothes and everything. It's probably gonna be perfect. It's probably gonna be so nice. And like, you know how movies are shot. They show different angles and shit like that. Lakeith Stanfield as Snoop Dogg was crazy. That's what I was talking about. Lakeith Stanfield as Snoop Dogg was out of pocket. Why'd they do that? Snoop, you have like, and that's another thing. Snoop is 6'4". Like, if you're a 6'4" person, you're a giant to 90% of people in the world. Lakeith Stanfield is probably, that's a good question, is probably like 5'11", 6 feet. You just can't do that. And I get it, it's acting. He's 6'1", okay. That's not too far off. But it is. There's a huge difference between 6'1" and 6'4". I know it's not. It's only this much. But in real life, it just is different. I can't explain it. Who was another one? Yeah, the Missy one, that was crazy. The actual Aaliyah casting wasn't bad. Even though the movie wasn't great. The Temptations movie, that's flawless casting. I don't care if they don't look like the people. Sometimes, like, you know what can happen sometimes? I think this is what the problem is. When you have someone that is very distinct, like Michael, he's so known that we know everything about him. When Leon played David Ruffin, even though that's not a bad casting, at the time, people don't know David Ruffin. So they don't really know what his personality like. They barely know what he looks like. Most people at that time probably remember an older David Ruffin, not the young one. So it's kind of like, and Leon is a beast though. I can't really say anything about that. Leon is just the best fucking actor. But he was so good that he was probably crazier than the real David Ruffin, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? He was probably more charismatic. So it was like, we don't mind it because we're just like, oh, this is David Ruffin. It doesn't even have to be a real person. Michael Jackson is so distinct and so dynamic that like everybody is going to pale in comparison to him. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Like if there was like someone playing like Chubby Checker or like, I don't know, someone like that, we don't know that. So it could be anybody. If it's a charismatic actor, we're just going to accept that for what it is. But Michael is, he's just the best at everything he did. So it's hard to like even replicate him without literally being his DNA. So we'll see. TLC casting was great. Lil Mama as Left Eye was spot on, even though people doubted it. Ain't nobody checking on Yodas, right? That part was, and that's what's crazy. That part, he made that line up. So it's like, he was so good that he made that line up and people just accept that. And it wasn't even a real line, which is crazy. The TLC movie, let me reflect on that. Out of 10, I gave that movie, for casting, I give it I'm not mad at it. I think the only reason I would take points off is because we're so familiar with Lil Mama's face, even though she did kill it. She's just too, I feel like she's too famous to play Left Eye. I have not watched that Dre, Snoop Dogg, or TLC movie. Oh yeah, watch them. They're good. They're worth watching. The Tupac movie. Oh my God. We'll get to the Tupac movie in a second, because that's perfect casting. The TLC movie, I take points off because Lil Mama's too famous. Her face is too famous. She's a meme. She's a meme face. So it's hard to. Not saying that anyone could have played it better, but it's hard to not see Little Mama because of how they fucking dragged her on the internet. The Little Mama crying face. It's just like imprinted in my brain too much. Like, same thing with Keke Palmer as Chili. It's just, I just see Keke Palmer, you know? And the fact that Chili's still alive, and it's like, I don't know, maybe. I get it though. But even when I think of Chili, I don't think of Keke Palmer because I feel like, is Chili like mixed or something? She just seems like a different type of person. Whereas Kiki's just like, I don't know. It's just something about the identity. The person that played T-Boz was, I didn't mind that because she was unknown, even though she's been in some other stuff too. It worked because it was like, okay, I don't really have an expectation from this person. That might be fucked up, but you know what I'm saying? So I give it out of 10, the casting, I give that a somewhere between a 6.5 and a 7, but that's not. As compared to the Michael Jackson movie, that's a 10. As compared to Tupac, All Eyes on Me, I don't even care about the rest of the cast of All Eyes on Me. The fact that the person that played Tupac looks exactly like him and was able to get the voice down pretty good, all right. It wasn't perfect throughout the whole thing, but it was pretty fucking good. him looking enough like Pac was enough. And what's crazy about that is that his dad was like the producer of like the last song or video, like the song that was the last song or video that Pac put out, which is crazy. I think Tossed It Up or whatever. So that was weird. I don't know how that was a thing. How do you look exactly like? Yeah, well, shit. To me, I feel like there's so many people in the world, but not everybody can act though. So I get it. Yeah, TLC movie. A lot of people did like that casting though. I was always just like, I guess. I guess it's better than a lot of other ones, but I don't know. I think my best biopics are Temptations movie, Michael Jackson, American Dream, or Jackson's American Dream. Yeah, I think those ones are the best to me. But yeah, Ain't Nobody Checking on You, Otis is a great bar. Yes, Jackson American Dream. Here, let's close some of these. Here, I want to look at the TLC cast again. But Little Mama did do good though. I'm not gonna lie. It's like one of those things too, where like Left Eye is such a specific type of person. TLC movie. It's hard not to see Keke Palmer. You know what I'm saying? It just looks like a Disney show. It looks like a parody that they did for Halloween. But Little Mama is kind of the right. Actually, this movie kind of pissed me off. But it was cool that they like wore all their like original clothes and shit. I thought that was dope. So at least they're probably like the same like stature of the original members. So that's cool to me. And yeah, we have a bad expectation, or at least me, of like expecting people to like look like the original person. Is this TLC? What I did like about the movie though is that it was a good movie. Like you learned a lot about their story. So I think that's redeeming about a good biopic, where you actually learn shit that you didn't know before. So it was actually a good movie. Yeah, I was just talking about how they made Missy look in the Aaliyah movie. Yeah, Missy Elliott is interesting. This look like, why are they like? How did you get this role? This was weird. It's like it was her friend or something. And then this dude playing Timbaland. Both of them were fucked up. He he did sound like Timbaland though. The voice was perfect, but Timbaland did not look like this. Timbaland. Let's type in Timbaland 90s. This is the person that played him. Timbaland 90s. This is weird. I mean, I guess it's not that off, but I mean, this is the Timbaland I remember. This is the Timbaland I remember. And then they replaced him with this guy. Just strange. It's just weird. Like they could have just chose, but sometimes they really do pick who is the best actor though. Because sometimes people will. Oh, I forgot about this one. The Biggie movie. Gravy played him, and I don't think he looks like him at all. And that's another thing. Biggie Smalls was like very dark skinned, which is a thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. He was just very dark skinned. This dude was more medium. He did the voice good though. The voice was at least good, but I had a hard time really buying him as Biggie like that. Even though he's like the official Biggie now. At least they used his son in the movie to play him. Even his son is like light skinned, so it just didn't really make sense. I don't know. I don't think I'm trying to be colorist. I just think that I feel like sometimes these Hollywood movies I think that some people can't distinguish the difference between complexion, and it's down to like a ignorance thing where it's just like, well, this is who we brought in, and it's just like, why would you do that? I don't get why you would do that. You know what I'm saying? But it's always different things. I remember they were looking at Gorilla Black for Biggie because he sounds like him and he looked, well, at the time he kind of more looked like him. You know, he's just the same type of dude. But the reason they didn't choose him is because he was from the West Coast. But I thought he would have been a much better Biggie because I really do think how you look is a big part of your identity. That's why they'll spend the time to do the prosthetics and shit because it matters. You know, like, come on. That's Biggie. You know, like they could have made him look like him, but they went with Gravy. And sometimes I wish they would just darken people up or lighten people up a little bit just to have it match. Another bad one was Ty's boy, Eddie Winslow, Darius as Muhammad Ali. Why? How does this person play the same person that this person plays? It doesn't make sense. But this was kind of like a smaller movie. It was I think it was a Don King movie that was on HBO. But like how? I mean, I guess facially, yes, they are similar. But complexion-wise, it's completely different opposite sides of the spectrum. It doesn't make sense. It's a completely different experience that you're going to have as a person. It's not, obviously, yes, there is racism and some people are going to treat all black people like they're the same, but the nuances when you're playing a character is so different. It's just different. Like that, like that's you know what I mean? It's a different type of thing. It's just a different thing. It's a different energy. Gerald Levert. Which movie did you play Gerald Levert in? I mean, at least he's, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm not even as mad as that. I wouldn't call him like light skin, but it is a definite difference. Darius. What movie was this? What the fuck is this? Yeah, you know, I think it matters. I just think it matters. It shouldn't matter, but it does. There's just a lot of different skin tones. Like it is what it is. And that's important. And that's the amazing thing about it. Because it puts you in a different space. Oh, Mickey Howard's story. Oh, that's Brandon Howard's mom. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it's weird. So is it worse for one of these crazy looking dudes to play Michael, or like, remember when the white person played Michael? I can't type. Remember this? Is that worse? This has got to be worse though. Yeah, I forgot what movie this was. It was like a weird movie. It was just like a little parody Michael character, but this dude right here. Strange. And it wasn't that Michael said like he would be horrified if a white person played him. Some people don't even know that Michael Jackson is not white. Probably still to this day. It's crazy. And James Brown on American Soul. Who played James Brown? Don't tell me Darius. Yes, I do remember this. I'm not mad at that one. I'm not mad at that one. That one, they're at least the same complexion. As crazy as this looks, I'm not mad at that.
I might be mad if Darius is like 6'2" and James Brown was like 5'8". I'm a little mad at that. But Chadwick Boseman as James Brown was so good. And I could tell he was taller than probably James Brown. But that's how you cast. Chadwick Boseman as... Let's see how tall Chadwick Boseman was. 6 feet. How tall is he? 5'7". That's kind of different. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. You see my vid in the search. Oh, really? Wait. Which one? Is it? Wait, which one? Oh shit! Yes, shout out BKS. That's hilarious. Yeah. I didn't even see that shit. I think I'm so used to like seeing your shit that I probably just like it just like filtered out of my mind. Damn. Shout out to Ty for being like in the natural algorithm. That's amazing. That's funny. Wow, you literally pop up when you type in Darius McQuarrie, James Brown. In like the second row too, at that. Damn, Darius. I mean, I think sometimes people will like play a role and not really be like thinking about how big the movie could get. You know what I mean? It could be like the difference between like a little VH1 movie that no one cares about or that doesn't get released, or like a straight to Tubi movie, and then like the biggest movie of all time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I kind of want to show this B. Howard video because that shit is crazy. Here's this one song that... I think it's this one. I don't want to play the sound, but the more I see him, the more he doesn't look like him, but he just sounds like him. Nah, he's not fucking with Jafar. He's not fucking with Jafar. The way you're dancing makes me wanna take you home. He's not fucking with Jafar. Jafar even sounds like Michael in his own personal music. Jafar is a beast. We're not fucking with Jafar. I hope that Jafar, I hope that they don't come for him too hard where, fucks up, this is the type of thing that's gonna fuck up his career. I hope people are like, yeah, I wasn't really, feeling that movie that much, but, we want to hear more of this nigga shit, you know? I think it's possible. I think it's, it could be, a rare thing that people are okay with him sounding like Michael and, maybe want to hear new Michael-style music. I could see that happening. It's a rare thing, but I think it could happen. I think Michael's style is good enough where people want to hear more. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they'll do a soundtrack and then they'll put an actual Jafar song on it or something, but I can see it being a thing. Damn, 3 hours. How about that? What did we talk about? Everything again? We talked about movies. We talked about Michael Jackson movie. We talked about shit. We talked about everything. Talked about trolls came in and left. We lost some of the other trolls. They were saying he's from Canada. The homie 2000 Sit questioned him about some shit that every Canadian would know. He couldn't answer without Googling. So we don't know. Sometimes, the trolls will come and go. Hopefully they come back. I don't mind the trolls. I didn't mind because the views are up, but it is what it is. Shout out to King Juice, aka Emperor Juice from Twitch for the follow. Shout out Christy Chan for the follow. Appreciate you. Shout out BKS for tapping in. Shout out for Monique for holding it down with the views. Shout out really shout out to everybody that came through though. I'm not necessarily gonna end now, but I'm just chilling. Ty? How was that Hennessy XO? Where do you rate it in the hierarchy? How was it? How do you compare Hennessy XO to 1738? Also, that's what I'm drinking right now, 1738, by the way. Damn, I gotta look up what are the I gotta look up music biopics that we know, because I kind of want to go through some of those too. Yo, seriously, consider downloading this episode, uploading this. Oh yeah, maybe I'll think about that shit. This is one that you could see as one of those like 10, 15-minute videos. I feel you though. No, I mean sometimes you gotta listen to people's like outside perspective because like to me this is just another day, you know. But I feel you the virality of Michael in itself, the controversy of the movie, and everything. You rated Hennessy XO an 8. It wasn't as smooth as 1738, but I also had it straight up no ice. Damn. I will never buy that. Now when I could buy 1738 for half the price, shit. Test the water. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Sure. Yeah, no, you're right. People did come in and were interested in talking about it. Let's see. Let's see. Music biopic movies. Oh, Ray. We got to give it to Ray. Jamie Foxx is Ray. Now, this contradicts everything I said earlier. But for whatever reason, when I look at Jamie Foxx and I look at Ray Charles, they're the same person to me. I don't know, maybe he just naturally looks like Ray Charles, but I don't know. He got lost in that sauce. Gary Oldman as Sid Vicious. The Sex Pistol movie is actually really good too. I didn't see that Elvis movie with Austin Butler. I didn't see that shit. But he could have that one, I guess. Yeah, this Bob Marley movie, it does still kind of low-key piss me off because he's not Bob Marley at all. But the movie was all right. Cadillac Records, great movie too. But J-Lo as Selena, I feel like it worked because she wasn't as big now. But if she tried to play a character like that, it wouldn't work because she's too famous. That Bohemian Rhapsody looked good too. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see it, but this movie is amazing. Rest in peace, Chadwick. Amazing. And he played Jackie Robinson too. Amazing. I don't know. I don't know why. I just can't. I can see that this is Jamie Foxx, but it's just Ray Charles. I can't explain it. This is probably one of the best. It completely debunks my other idea that you can't be a big famous star and play somebody and be taken out of it, but he did it. He did it. Even Will Smith as Muhammad Ali is not that good. Denzel. Oh, here's another one. Well, I can't spell. This is one that does not make any sense, but it's so fucking good. Yeah, wait, Angela Bassett as who? As Catherine Jackson? That didn't make any sense either, but she's really good. No one's doing these parents like you. Just okay, shit, we'll turn up. It was good, but like I said, straight no ice. I didn't get the full relaxing vibe. I feel I feel you. I feel you. That is the test. That is my test. Is the no ice. Denzel Washington looks nothing like Malcolm X. They have a similar head shape, I guess, but complexion, huge thing. Denzel Washington doesn't look like a mixed race person. Malcolm X was. But somehow, I believed that
Denzel looks exactly like Malcolm X. Malcolm X looks more like Steph Curry than anything. And if you have Denzel playing Steph Curry, it doesn't make sense. They're not even the same. But somehow, this movie was amazing. Amazing. Unbelievably amazing. I don't know how they pulled that shit off. Oh, it's Tina Turner. That kind of makes sense. That movie kind of scared me a little bit at one point. I'm not mad at that casting too much. Yeah, they do look nothing alike. But incredible movie. There's just something about I don't know what it was. Why? Maybe people just like lived and embodied the characters more, and it was authentic, and probably closer to the time that they actually make the movie. And now it's just like people just show up on set, and then they're like on their iPhone in between takes and shooting another movie at the same time. I don't know. It's something that's different. I can't explain what it is. Leon as Little Richard, that's a good one too. That was great. Leon is the GOAT of biopics. Yeah. No, that's the real Little Richard. I remember we watched this movie in music class in like 6th grade. I was like, I don't think we're supposed to be watching this movie. Amazing. Amazing. He doesn't even have to look like the person. He's just such a good actor. But Leon as David Ruffin is this scene is crazy too. And this is the real David. They don't look that different though. They have the same head shape and everything. Like so, it's not that far off. It's just like a Hollywood version of that. It's not that far off. Even though they look completely different. This movie's one of my favorite movies of all time. Lorenz Tate as Frankie Lyman. Yeah, that was kind of a stretch, right? But that was a good movie, though. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. They're a completely different type of dude. Sometimes you wonder, though, how did they get that role? Leon is iconic. Met him twice. Yeah, yeah. He's a real musician, too. He's like in a band, like in real life. He's playing music. Yeah, Leon is a legend. One of the best. It's kind of weird that he isn't like a bigger actor, right? Like, and I mean that respectfully. Oh, he has some classics, though. He has some heat. What am I talking about? But you know what I mean, like in the modern world, like. You know what I'm saying? You would think. Even though he's played some iconic roles, not a lot of mainstream, he doesn't have a lot of mainstream iconic roles, though. Even though he's in a lot of movies, especially from a certain era. I feel like he's the type to like turn down roles, though. Cool Runnings is iconic. Above the Rim is iconic. But it's still like a certain niche. I feel like there's not like a lot of crossover. He's like one of the best. He's way better actor than Don Cheadle. You know what I'm saying? Well, respectfully. I would put him over almost any actor. I put him way over Denzel. Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Told him he's the GOAT for the 5 heartbeats and the temps. Yeah, right. And it was crazy because I would always confuse his character and the Eddie Kane character, because they were like the same type of vibe, but he's playing more of like the troubled character in that movie, and then he's the more responsible. It's kind of crazy. And then like he became, this is like the David Ruffin character that he ended up playing. It's interesting. It's real interesting. This is wild. Yeah, 5 Heartbeats is amazing too. I love that fucking movie. No matter how hard it gets. That scene where they're writing that song, the Robert Townsend and the sister, where they're writing that shit and they're like with the scraps of paper throwing shit away and pulling out the old shits. Like that. That scene is crazy. I love that shit. Damn. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. We were saying biopics, music, biopics. Hold on. Elvis, Straight Outta Compton. Straight Outta Compton. Oh, did I say Straight Outta? I said that one earlier. It has some cool casting in that, I guess. It was alright. I just don't like when they fuck the complexions. La Bamba, that was cool. Lou Diamond Phillips. I don't know who played Elton John in the Rocket Man movie. I'm not there. Amadeus. Amadeus is a great movie. I don't even know what fucking Mozart looked like, but that movie is crazy. Has anyone ever seen that shit? That movie is incredible. Bound for Glory, Ray, incredible. 8 Mile. That was 8 Mile is cheating because they used the actual person, but great though. I love that. I love that they were able to do that shit. Sid and Nancy, great. The Doors is good too. That's a good casting. Selena, good casting at the time, especially. Getting on up, great casting. They put Ray twice. Yeah, that's it. There's got to be more. Five Heartbeats is one of my top five. Right? It's just they don't make movies like that. I mean, I guess they do, and but it's just I don't know something. There's only so many biopics you can make because a lot of them were made. That's why they're making another Michael one because it's just already been done. And they're not gonna rank some of the good ones up here, but oh no, they do. They put the Temptations up here. Elvis, they put Elvis as number one. Bohemian Rhapsody, Rocket Man, Green Book, What's Love Got to Do with It? Yeah, Whitney Houston. Oh, there was a wait. Hold on, cause I have a vague memory of this, and I can't. Oh, New Edition. How we not mention the New Edition movie? Fuck, that movie was good as fuck. I don't think I actually watched this. I think I was like too sad to watch it. Like I don't want to watch this shit. But I think people were kind of happy with the casting though, low key. That's a weird Bobby Brown though. Woody's a good Bobby Brown. Selena, good one. Walk the Line, Johnny Cash. Oh, that was what's his name? Joaquin Phoenix. Behind the Candelabra, Listomania, The Lovely, Aline, Martin and Lewis, The Rat Pack. Wow, who played Don Cheadle played what? Don Cheadle played Sammy Davis Jr.? I'm not mad at it. I'd have to see it. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad. We're gonna leave that one there. The Dirt, Pam and Tommy, La Bamba, Great Balls of Fire. Okay. Sid and Nancy, definitely saw the Doors, good one. Bessie, Runaway, Cadillac Records, amazing. Who played Jimi Hendrix? Wait, there's a movie with Andre 3000 as Jimi Hendrix? Why am I not familiar? It seems familiar, but it just seems like kind of something that would just happen, like as a meme or a concept. Technically, you did say New Edition when you mentioned Maury Star. Oh yeah, true. We were there on that set. That was crazy as fuck. I like how they had just like different versions of them. I thought that was cool casting. I thought that was cool. No, that was good casting. That was actually pretty good casting. Actually, that movie was good. Even the kids and shit, that was good casting. So I'm not mad at. Okay, we gotta figure out where Jimi Hendrix was from though, because you have an ATL dude playing. Where is he from? Seattle, Washington. See, it gets a little tricky. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't doubt Andre. Andre is a GOAT in my eyes, no matter what he does. Notorious, yeah, we said that one. Amadeus, I like that movie. I'm skipping over some that I don't know. Buddy Holly, I'm not there. Coal miner's daughter, Bird, leave maybe on the sea. Why do fools fall in love? So they're starting to rank some of these other ones lower. Little Richard low on the list. I don't know if it's necessarily in order. Temptation's way too low on this list if that is the right thing. I'm not gonna go too far down because there's a lot. American Soul, we said that one earlier. The Last Ride. My Way. Man in the Mirror, Michael Jackson story. Which one is this? Oh, Flex Alexander, trash. Searching for Neverland. Okay, that's the documentary. Or no, is that Finding Neverland? I don't. Or weird. Yeah, Aaliyah, that movie, Alexandra Ship, that was an alright movie, I thought. It was okay. TLC is definitely better. Bobby Christina. Wow, there's a Bobby Christina movie. Wow. But, oh, so they made a Bobby Brown story with Woody McClain. Good for them. And wow, interesting. Yeah, like 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying, and 8 Mile are kind of like cheating because when you can put the person in there, although it makes it way better. I wish there were more movies that actually had the person in it. That's borderline could be bad or good though. It just happened to work with them because they were both new artists when they did the movie, so it just worked out. They're still young enough to play their younger self. Okay, I don't know. Oh, All Eyes on Me. Okay, they're ranking other shit low. All right, this is too many to go through. It does have a bottom though. Yeah, we said all the main ones. I think. I don't think we missed one. That's from like. Yeah, we said all the good ones. Michael Jackson, American Dream. I think is my my top forever though. Has to be. Has to be. Shit, I don't know. Do I keep? Okay, that's still. Oh, it's 3 o'clock and we've been on for 3:16. Wow, imagine that. It doesn't end. I can't imagine like who have they not done a biopic on that they should. That it's like. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that don't have one yet. Like they made an MC Hammer movie too, with or no, that was part of the. No, that is the MC Hammer movie with what's his name, Romani Malco. That was okay. Romani Malco. I didn't see that movie on the list. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. And I wonder how many people get approached to do biopics and like they just turn it down. Like who would be worthy? Like Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, and like certain people. If there was a movie, it would just be like probably not taken serious. Like I think a good music biopic. I think the music is so important. Like that you have iconic music that it just drives the movie, you know? Like they have to stop at a certain point. Like who's the last person, the last music artist, or because it's like hip hop. I mean, R&B is essentially dead, so it's not. But it is. It's not how it was. So it's like everything is like in the hip hop bubble. So it's like R&B is only going to be able to go up to like. Might make an R. Kelly movie, I'm not gonna lie. If they haven't already. You know? It might be something like that, you know? Like, are they gonna make a Usher biopic, right? That'd be weird, right? I feel like Usher could still play his younger self in a lot of ways. A Chris Brown biopic, you know? Who would it be? Maybe there'll be like an Oprah biopic one day, or like a... It seems like it's like people haven't... And it's weird how, again, 50 Cent was able to do one, and Eminem was able to do one. It's interesting. It's real interesting. It's like, are people iconic enough still? Are there still like mega superstars how there were? Maybe it's not. Maybe there's more celebrities now, but it's kind of watered down, so maybe people aren't famous enough to get a biopic. It's really interesting. And in the world we live in, could the biopic be something that could be a thing of the past, where it's just like we're just too... There's just so much modern documentation of modern artists where you almost don't need the biopic? because the story's already out there. You could just watch it and you can watch the actual footage of it. There's no need for people to recreate it anymore. It could be something like that. Like, will there ever be a Drake biopic? Will there ever be a Kendrick biopic? Kanye West. I think that'd be an interesting story, but it's like, there's probably so much footage. Like, if you were born in like the 80s or 90s, it's gonna be, I don't know, a biopic might be hard to secure at that point. People might just not care in the same way. I feel like in a biopic, people have to learn something that they didn't know before. You know? I mean, it obviously that's not the rule, but like, I think that's what makes a good one, where you go, you know, as opposed to like someone that's just been online their whole life. Like if Justin Bieber got a bio, it'd be weird because we've literally seen him grow up in HD. You know? It's just different. If anything, what I could see happening is like AI biopics becoming a thing where they, you know, people in the modern world where they can sample a voice portion of your voice, you know, take photos and animate them and turn them into new scenes and shit. I could see that happening. I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. Like who's the last icon? You know? Because I think there's a limit to it. Gotta go. Catch you later. Appreciate you. Appreciate the follow. W follower. W. Yeah, who is the last icon? That's like that mega level. It's a couple of people, but you know, like it has to be the right story, and we've probably already done a lot of them. Like who's trying to like who like there's no Stevie Wonder biopic. I can see that happening. I can see that happening. That's a good story. He was blind and shit, or he is blind and shit. Do they do biopics on actors? Has that ever been a thing? It's usually like music artists, political figures, athletes. Sometimes, not all athletes get a biopic either. It has to be a kind of a story to it, you know? Very interesting times, though. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will chop this one out and make a segment called Fuck Flex Alexander as Michael. That was ass, man. I hated that shit so much. Even as a kid, I was like, this is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. Because he was already so like prominent. Like, it was like, it was just weird. Damn, who's the next, who would be a good biopic? Like, who's the most modern star that could get a biopic? It'd have to be somewhere like Jay-Z, Lil Wayne. But they have to be also like huge though, too, at the same time. Like they have to have a crazy story. Like, we just live in such a different world. Everything is a lot safer and in certain ways also dangerous in a way. People live longer. You know who'd be a good biopic if they made one about Takeoff? That'd be a good story. That'd be a good story. Like showing them like as kids how they like formed, him kind of being like the driving force behind a lot of it, and then just untimely demise. That I could see that being a thing. And it would be like, I think people would love that movie. And it could be done in a way where it's not like goofy and corny. It could just be like real shit. Takeoff. I mean, T.I. kind of did a biopic with ATL, like loosely based. I was kind of in that bracket. I think people would want to see the Jay-Z story because it could probably get crazy. Let's think. They already done. Snoop should probably get a movie at some point, but he's still alive. Like Snoop could still play a lot of eras of Snoop. He kind of pretty much looks the same. He hasn't changed a lot in a lot of years. Who else could get a good movie? I think they could make a LeBron movie at some point. They got to make the Kobe movie. That's it. This is the Kobe movie. They got to make the Kobe Bryant movie. And Kobe's had a lot of shit that's happened. Is like him living in Italy, the controversy, stuff like that. You know, everything. You know. Who's a game changer? They did make an Obama movie. I think it was just called like Barack and Michelle or some shit. But even that casting was pissing me off too. I didn't like that casting. It was like you had one job to cast the fucking main person and make it look like him. And you just pick some random ass dude. I hate that shit. It makes me want to be a casting director because people be fucking it up. Tomorrow's day 184. That's what's up. I might do like a little like 84 highway sign, like Connecticut, 84 East or West or something. Maybe 84 West. For this one, I don't know what the fuck it is. Oh yeah, I already did. I already kind of made the thumbnail. It was the this thing. Oh yeah, they haven't made a Prince biopic. That's got to be one. That's easy to fuck up with the casting because you got to find a little ass dude too. If they make a Prince movie, and Prince probably made a thing where you can't make a movie about him or some shit. There's probably like something in his shit where you're not allowed to do it. I can see that happening. They would have to find the right actor to play Prince though, because he has to be very little. If they cast a 6-foot person as Prince, it's gonna fuck it up. Yeah, Prince is one that we don't have. So I'm trying to think of people that are like iconic on that level. I feel like they could make like a Fuji's movie. I feel like that could happen. I can see that. They have an interesting story. I mean, there's other artists I'm not even like considering, of course, but you know, try to be realistic. It is what it is. Behind you. Oh my God. Wait, where'd you come from? You weren't here the whole time, were you? What do you mean? They should make a Britney Spears movie. That would be a good movie. That would be a good ass movie. Because she's been like not famous for longer than she was famous for at this point. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she's still very famous, but I mean like in the like limelight, like how big she was. That'd be a good movie. I like, you know, because people like to see those movies of like people's transformations, like how they either crash out or whatever. And I'm not saying that about Britney. I think she's just on her I'm a regular person type shit. What do you mean? Oh yeah. Glacial, who do you want to see a biopic of? Artist or pick a famous artist that you want to see a biopic of. I already said for like sports, LeBron would be a good biopic. I feel like Tom Brady would be a good biopic too, low key. I think Antonio Brown would be a great biopic. That'd be amazing. I think they even did an O.J. Simpson movie with what's his name with Cuba Gooding Jr. That didn't make any sense either. He's way too little to be O.J. Simpson, but sometimes you just can't find that right actor to play that role. You know, you just gotta just pick somebody that can deliver the performance you're looking for. I think Omar Gooding would have been better as O.J. Simpson. Shit. I could see them making some movies about like Ronaldo or like Messi or some shit. I'm trying to think of who's like Aaron Hernandez. That'd be a crazy movie. Magic Johnson would be a good movie. Where you at, Glacial? Where you at? Who's a big ass artist that needs a good movie? It's usually people that died too. That's the unfortunate part about fucking biopics. Is usually the person not alive. I think they even made a Bob Dylan movie. Didn't they make like a Bob Dylan biopic, but they had like all different people playing him and shit or something? Like even like men and women or some shit. The saddest thing about certain biopics is like where you know the person's gonna die, and you're just like waiting for that scene. That's the worst. Another good ass biopic was Selma. Oh my god, that movie is good as fuck. And that actor was British. That MLK movie, that movie was good as fuck. And there was another MLK movie that was good too back in the day. But Selma was crazy. That movie was good as fuck. I don't know why. Boys to Men movie would be interesting. They kind of showed them in the New Edition movie a little bit. Because I heard that they had a cool story or interesting story too. Britney Spears movie would be crazy as fuck though. That'd be crazy as fuck. Dead ass. I'm trying to think of like someone that has a crazy story that like they were like in jail and they got out and like I think the Robert Downey Jr. movie would be crazy as fuck. Charlie Sheen movie would be crazy as fuck. Yeah. I guess Glacial has checked out. I know he's still here. He might be lurking. He might be lurking. I don't know where he's at because there's no way there's nobody on Kick right now. If there's somebody on Kick right now, well, obviously there's people that are on Kick that I'm not following, but damn, Cuffham's online, Connor's online, Blinker Bugs is online. Shit, who's on Twitch? I know I could look this up on my screen. I know it's disengaging, but I don't give a shit. Agent is doing a 24-hour stream. Arky is still online. Soldier Boy is online. Wow, Soldier Boy's been online all day, I swear. No, we got online later. Shout out Arky too. Join the Ark. Yeah, Arky's actually cool as fuck. He was a cool, nice dude. I'm not gonna lie. Very nice. He's one of those people that are like famous, but they're like, you could tell they're still a real person, that like they're still amazed by like all the good things that happen to them. It seems like he doesn't take it for granted by what I see. He seems like very down to earth. Shout out Arky. You know what's crazy? Is that I had this like idea that I would collab with Ray J, and now I can't. Low key, I would have to like be off of my own stream, which could still be worth it. But I can't even like stream snipe Ray J because that would be a violation. That's crazy, bruh. Damn, that was like one of my goals too. And there was one time where I could have pulled up. I wasn't even streaming yet, but he was with Canel. I didn't even know who Canel was at the time yet. I just saw him pop up on my like suggested on Twitch. I had no idea who he was. Looking back, I wish I would have went, you know. That's crazy. But I can see a lot more people getting banned from Twitch and migrating over to Kick. And I don't know if Kick will ever. I think Twitch is a fucking beast compared to Kick, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think the only way people would leave Twitch for Kick is if Kick updated whatever monetization shit. Maybe it's already good if you're already popping. And like maybe if like Kai left and went to Kick, I think he could probably get a lot of people to migrate over. I think that's the only way. I think maybe Aiden a couple years ago could have, but Kai is the new king of streaming, and this is what it is. And I only say that because there's literally nobody that's even close to him except for the people that are close to him. You know what I mean? As far as like people that he's actually close with, but also like I'm not close to numbers. Like, and there's of course there's people that are big. Like somebody has some crazy numbers. Where I was looking like even like the phase dudes get comparable numbers, and that's probably why, man, there's just too many hard hitters. But I could see. But the thing is, I'm really surprised that Twitch. Actually, I'm not surprised that they permanently banned Ray J. I'm not surprised because that's crazy TOS. Like the craziest of TOS ever. But I'm surprised they didn't give him a little warning shot. I'm kind of surprised. I'm surprised they didn't give him the benefit of the doubt that it could have been a fake gun or something. I'm surprised they didn't give him like a month or 6 months or something, or like a temporary but like a long one. I'm very surprised because they're not going to do that to Kai. They're not going to permanently ban Kai at this point. This is not going to happen. If Kai Cenat did the same thing, which would never happen, obviously, I think they would have given him a slap on the wrist. I'm gonna keep it a buck. You know, I think if Ray J was like a little bit bigger, and it's partly because Ray J's older. I think too. Like if Ray J was like younger and more like, not that he's not. He's Ray J's like. That's the crazy thing is there's two worlds. It's like in the whole world, Ray J is bigger than Kai Cenat. Can I say that? Is that a bad take? In the real world, Ray J is bigger than Kai Cenat. I think more people overall know about Ray J, One Wish, and all his other songs and Brandy than if you ask generally people, who is Kai Cenat, what does he do? I think more people might know who Ray J is. In real life. In the streaming world, no comparison. Kai is God compared to everybody. So that's why I'm like a little shocked because it'd be like Ray J is like the equivalent of I'm gonna find an artist who's on the same level. Hold on, we got this. Ray J's bigger than a lot of artists. Ray J has more hits than a lot of artists will ever have. You know what I'm saying? Ray J is like the same as like Ray J's as big as and Ray J's big too because he's like big on the internet. He was like popping virally before there was big streamers like this. You know? He's like the equivalent of he's not as big as R. Kelly. But a lot of people that would know R. Kelly would know Ray J. But R. Kelly is transcendent. Ray J is as big as is Ray J bigger than Fabulous? I think Ray J is bigger than Fabulous, especially at this point. There was a point where Fabulous was bigger musically than Ray J, I would say. But at this point, I think Ray J's got him. I think Ray J's as big as... Is Ray J bigger than Jadakiss? They might be on similar levels. Is Ray J as big as 50 Cent? I don't think so. I think 50 Cent has him a little bit as far as recognizability and musical acclaim. So it's the lower category than 50 Cent. No, 50 Cent is like S tier category, low key though. Ray J is on the same level as, I'm trying to think of somebody modern, more modern. Is Ray J as big as Lil Baby? I think so. I think Ray J has more hits than Lil Baby. Like real big hits. And the recognizable factor. Okay, we'll keep scaling up. Is Ray J as big as Young Thug? That's a good question. What's Young Thug's biggest song? Lifestyle? Off top? What's Ray J's biggest song? One Wish? I think One Wish is killing Lifestyle, I'm not gonna lie. And Ray J, again, known for the viral things, the reality TV, the companies, the Brandy's brother. It's a lot. It's a lot. As an actor, kind of a big deal. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. What up, Corp 606? What's good with you? It's late night over here. Is Ray J as big as? So I just said who? I forgot who I just said. Damn. I'll think of another one. Is Ray J as big as Drake? Well, let's just do a higher one to say no. We're gonna say Drake is bigger than Ray J, right? Gotta be, right? So let's take a step down from Drake. 'Cause that's the thing, is like some of these people be so much higher than everybody else. There's literally no step down. Who's big? Here, let's look. Let's Google. Compare another artist to Ray J as far as size and impact overall. Who's bigger, Nelly or Ray J? That's a good question. I put Ray J and Nelly in the same category. I think Nelly might have some bigger hits, but Ray J also has the edge of being known. Ray J versus Omarion. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at Ray J versus Omarion, though. That's a good one because B2K's impact was bigger than Ray J as a music artist. That's not a bad take because people still do talk about Omarion outside of the music for various reasons. Obviously, Ray J is way more viral. I think Ray J is more accomplished musically than Omarion. B2K had about 10. They might be coming. I'm not gonna lie. Plus all of like Omarion solo shit, Icebox, Touch, Let Me Hold You, Supposed to Be. Yeah, that might be a good comparison. I'm not gonna lie. Shit. That might not be bad. That might not be a bad comparison. Let's see who else. Anyone else close? I'm not mad at that comparison. Marcus Houston, no, stop. Who's bigger, Ray J or Trey Songz? That's a good one. I think Trey Songz is the answer I was looking for. Mario's not as big as Ray J. Let Me Love You is bigger than anything, though. Bigger than any Ray J song. Let Me Love You is bigger than One Wish. Has to be. And I love One Wish. Trey Songz or Mario? Who's bigger? I mean, Trey Songz or Ray J? I think, especially now, Ray J's bigger because of the new viral push. But Ray J versus Mario. Who's bigger, Neo or Ray J? Musically, Neo, of course, because he just has hits and he's wrote a lot of hits for people. As far as impact, I might put them in the same vein. Neo might have the edge. Neo's got like a lot of awards and shit. That's a good one. Ray J versus Omarion. I think Ray J's still bigger than Omarion, though. If I had to pick. I'm talking virality, music overall, recognizability. I think Ray J and Mario would be the same amount of people that would know them would be the same amount of people that would not know them. Damn. And there has to be a tier above that that's like, nah, like clearly, like, it'd be like, Neo's almost in that bracket. He pretty much is there. But then you have to find someone that's like above, Andre 3000 versus Ray J. Who's more famous? I think Andre might have that one. I'm not gonna lie. Outkast is massive. I think Andre got that one because he's like nonchalant, but still like people are very interested in him. That's not easy. Damn. 3:45. I guess I'll do the 4 hour. Fuck it. I'll stay on for 15 more minutes. Do I do one more sip of the yak just to see how the kid'll react? Sip of the yaki. Who's bigger, Tyrese or Ray J? Ray J is killing him on the songs. Ray J has some big songs. I don't care. There was a whole era where Ray J like, dropped like 10 songs in a year. That was crazy. Tie Me Down, like what? Huge record. It's on tonight. Juice and gin and it's on tonight. Come on, you can't. Yeah. Working all day. That shit was crazy. I remember the first time I heard One Wish though, I was like, yo. He got one. Once in a while you just hear an artist just like get one where you're just like, yep. I can tell that's gonna be the biggest song ever. It's just certain magic on a song sometimes. You can't deny it. Ray J has a new one, that Sukiyana joint. That shit is hard. When I was hearing that, I was like, this is a hit. I was like, whoa. Cause it's like on some, it's like new too. It's like on some like Jersey club shit too, or whatever the fuck that style is. But it was different. I was like, ooh, got one with that one. I don't know. There's certain Ray J songs that are just big as fuck. Like Sexy Can I? Huge record. Let's hear the songs. Let's see what we got. Cause I only know some. I don't know all of them. So I'm not gonna just like glaze like that. I Hit It First was a huge one. One Wish, I Hit It First, Wait a Minute, Sexy Can I. Wait, he's on Tie Me Down, right? Is Ray J not on Tie Me Down? Yeah, Ray J, yeah. Ain't gonna tie me down. I guess it's just like, so One Wish is 2005. I Hit It First 2013, others later. Sexy Can I 2008. Wait a Minute 2001. Damn, these songs are way more spread out than I remember. Tie Me Down was 2009. Yeah, these are all, I don't know why I thought these were all, see, I don't see It's On Tonight. Maybe that was a Lil' Kim song. Working all day. That was a good one. There's probably more too that I'm just forgetting about. Shit. Anyway, good shit. Who's bigger, Soulja Boy or Ray J? I think Soulja Boy might be bigger. I think Soulja Boy. I think Crank That is bigger than a lot of songs will ever be in all of the life. All of the life. Crank That will be around forever. There's little babies that are born today that still fuck with the song Crank That. That shit is different. That's a different type of song. Amazing, because I wouldn't, if you'd have told me that song, when it came out, when I first heard it in like 2005 or 6, this song is gonna be a certified classic and never go to, as much as I loved it, I would have been like, really? I would have been surprised. Deadass. But that was before we knew the wave that was coming. The wave that was started from Crank That, where everybody started doing a little dance associated with the song, like essentially is the groundwork for TikTok. Like he like not invented TikTok, but in a sense invented TikTok, you know? The viral dance craze, you know? Damn, I'm fucking hungry, I'm not gonna lie. 10 minutes into the 4 hour mark. Yeah, this will be a 4 hour stream. Sometimes, you know, you just feel it. You just call it when it's the right time. I like the even numbers. It just makes me feel better. Although, like, marketing wise, I should probably try to end it at like 350 something because it makes it seem shorter. Well, it is, but you know, even if it's like 358, it still feels like not 4 hours. Something like the difference between 358 and 401 is crazy. It's a whole different mind thing. But I do like the even number of like 4 hours, so I just keep it there. Yeah, but let's see what's up below. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will clip it. I got to see how long that section was with the Michael Jackson thing. Because if it's like 30 minutes, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes I don't like to draw attention to my like hot takes because it can come off as like I'm like talking shit, where really it's like I like the long video sometimes because you can see how it like naturally progressed into that. But yeah, I definitely said that the Michael Jackson movie with Flex was ass because it was, but even he would say that shit. It was. It objectively was. Oh, there might be a Diddy movie one day. That'd be weird. I can see that happening. There is a Tyson movie with Mike Jai White. I don't know. There's supposed to be a new Tyson movie coming out with Jamie Foxx, actually. Which, I thought that was weird casting, but I'm like, low key, Jamie Foxx is like 5'9". I don't know why I thought he was taller. And I met him, and I, in my mind, thought he was taller, but Mike Tyson probably is about 5'9". So it might probably work. And I guess he's like playing like not like the caricature Mike Tyson that like you'll see like portrayed. He's playing like the real Mike Tyson, the like when he's just on the phone talking to, not on camera, you know, that type of Mike. So that should be dope. I did want to see that the Richard Pryor movie. I really like Marlon's screen test, and then I liked the idea of Mike Epps playing him too. But I guess it's just a mystery what's happening with that shit. I thought that would be fire. You know, it is what it is. Marlon's screen test was great though. I was mad that people didn't take it more serious. Marlon Wayans is a great actor. But it, you know, sometimes people can't unsee you as that person, as that certain person. You know. Fuck, bitch. Oh, and good casting also in the NWA movie. O'Shea Jackson Jr. as his dad. Great, great, great. I love when people cast their kid as a person because it's just like that. It just come on. You look like him. He can make his voice. He can mimic his voice. It's great. I love that. I love that. But I like how they'll give their kids the first shot, but if they can't deliver it, they'll just pick somebody else. Because I think I think they wanted Eazy's son maybe to play Easy, but it was something with the act. I think there was that. Don't quote me on that, but it's like sometimes that's like the case of like you have to be able to act, and like acting is not just like saying some lines. Like sometimes you got to cry, sometimes you got to be angry, and it seems like it's easy because it's just act, but it's like you got to be able to do that like 20 times in a row and from this angle and like make adjustments and stay in character and keep the same voice, and you know what I'm saying. So that like acting is not people. I think people think acting is easy, but it's really like, to me, becoming a professional actor is one of the hardest things to pursue. I think it's almost harder than music because like at least with music you can like just say you don't like get the attention of a big label or get a big huge smash hit. You can still take that work and use it. You can perform it. You can make an album. You can try to sell it. You can shoot music videos. You can still use the work. With acting, like people are required to memorize a script that you may or may not get, record it and send it in. Like, you could spend 2 days memorizing some lines just to not get it. And that's, the chances are you're not going to get it because it's just law of averages. You just, is that the law of averages? Just simple, just math. It's just like, if you're going out for a role and there's 300 people or more submitting for the same role, the likelihood of you getting it is low, just based off of there are many other people that could. So when I see one of my friends or Monique or whoever book something, I'm always amazed because it's like there's no guarantees. Like, and you have to do all the work as if you're getting the role. Like, there's no like, oh, okay, we're just half-assing it because it's an audition. Like, no, you have to do that shit on point. You have to be exceptional, actually. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, half-assing it would be detrimental to you. So, I was just saying to say acting is actually hard. Because it's more than just being able to like do a good scene. You have to be the right fit for the tone of the film that you're doing. You have to mesh well with the other actors. You have to be able to deliver emotion in a way that looks real, but it's kind of robotic in a way. Because okay, take 7. You know, you've done it 6 times already, and you have to do it with the same intensity every time. It has to match the other angles and takes so that it doesn't feel like it's edited together. It's just a lot that goes into it. You have to be a real professional. At least with music, yeah, you can kind of, you can't do anything with your audition tape. You know what I'm saying? You can't like, damn, I spent 2 days memorizing this and recording this. You can't like, you can't monetize that. You know what I'm saying? The only way, maybe if you do Chronicles of an Actor on YouTube and you're showing some of your behind the scenes shit, which I guess would be a method, but it's like, you know, it's not the same. It's not direct. You know what I'm saying? You can't like sell your like audition as a short film and like monetize it. I mean, maybe in the future, I guess, but acting is hard, bro. So yeah, and then you know a lot is writing on the film, so it's like one actor can fuck up the whole film. People can tell when they're watching, like, oh, that must be like the director's fucking wife or kid, or you know, you can just tell because it's a different, I don't know, skill level, enthusiasm. And one person can throw off the whole thing. So one bad acting can make people be like, man, I didn't really like the acting that much. And the whole movie, it could be one person, you know? So for that reason, I'm kind of surprised that they picked Jafar to play Michael, but it kind of makes sense because it's like maybe he's just naturally, you know, when you meet like relatives and family members, they kind of have like a certain swag about him that's similar. So maybe he just has that natural Jackson swag and happens to be similar enough, you know, where this works. And maybe he's been in LA his whole life and has studied acting and been in shit we don't even know, and he's been singing, and you know, he's just a performer, dancer, performer, actor, just in general. So you know, maybe he was actually perfect for this role. It's a big thing. I don't know why they would risk it for this bullshit, but they have made some bullshit Michael Jackson movies, so I can also understand. Damn, I don't mean to say bullshit. I don't mean to say any film is bullshit because sometimes how the way the film is edited it makes it bullshit, and it's like it would have been, you know what I mean? Like all the pre-production and production was done right, but maybe it's just a bad edit, you know? Not bad, but just it's not even bad. Nothing is good or bad, but it's just like the way that people take it, how people accept it or not. You know, I think that's what makes something good or bad, like a movie. And it's like everything is different. It's like when you're trying to pander to Michael Jackson fans, like they're probably the worst fans to try to please, because you're talking about fans of somebody that was quote unquote, you know, perfect as far as like, you know, his professional execution, you know what I mean? You know, or at least perfect in their eyes, you know what I'm saying? So it's like that's a big risk. But maybe they fuck with it because it's like they're happy that it's at least family. I don't know. But then again, it's like I can see people being like, they only chose it because it's family. And so they might be annoyed with that. So I don't know. I feel like it could go either way. I'm definitely got to see that movie though. I don't really get excited by a lot of movies, but this is one where I felt like, you know, you got to see this one. It's, you know, I want to see what songs they picked. I want to see what scenes they recreate. I want to see if American Dream did it better. I would hope that they use American Dream as a template and say, and if there's any scene that they use that's the same in that, and if it's not better, that they would make it better, you know. But then you get into like dramatization, which I kind of hate too. I hate the concept that people in a movie, I get why they do it, but why they would like just tell stories differently, like how it happens, they'll combine scenes together and do things like that, where it's just like, that's not how it happened. This didn't take place here. This person wasn't here. But, you know, sometimes it gets compressed. It's like, okay, I had this meeting with this person, and then this person told this person, and then we all met up later, and this was, they combined it into one scene. I get it. It was a different time. That is an interesting thing, though, is like a lot of things that would happen now would not happen back in the day, because now you can just call someone, yo, you want to meet up real quick? Okay, meet me over here. I'll send the address. Boom. Then it's like, okay, yeah, let me meet up with you. Oh, yeah, I want to talk to you about this person. Yeah, they're not busy right now. I haven't been able to reach them. Okay, we'll try to meet up next week. Okay, then it's next week, and then, you know, but now it's just like you start a group chat and everybody shows up on the day that you want to do it. It's just different. So you almost have to do that with movies nowadays because it just won't make sense and it'll be slow and boring. But it is what it is. Damn, we already are in the 4-hour mark. I don't know what I'm doing with these streams. I went from having no energy that I needed coffee to stay up to do something after I've been tired to now I feel like dead ass if I wanted to, I could do another 6-hour stream. I know that's crazy, but I don't know what's wrong with me. You know, it's like I'm tempted to just keep sipping on this yak because there's something magical about the late night stream. What was crazy is that I started close to 11, so it ended up being like 5 a.m. by the time the stream ended. But then like people on the West Coast or on the East Coast, it's already 8 a.m. So it's like, even if you woke up at 7, it's still a thing to do, you know? So it's like just hitting people like, I don't know. I see why people stream late. And I think there's some magic in the streaming late into the early morning. There's something about that because you're kind of like early bird gets the worm, but then you get like a whole new audience at a certain point. Plus international is just on a different scale too. So it's like, I don't know. We'll see. I do want to try a 24-hour stream though. At some point, I feel like that would be depressing. I feel like there would just be huge blocks of hours where nobody's talking. But if I was to do a 24-hour stream, I would try to do it like either somewhere where I don't have to leave and where I can get everything I need. And I would try to do it mobile just in case I did have to leave. But I would do it somewhere like a hotel or something, or like somewhere where there's like enough space, but it's also like semi-interesting, and where I can kind of like do everything within the same space. Something like that. Until I get like my full setup where I can have my server going so I can switch from desktop to fucking mobile seamlessly and shit like that. I don't have that yet, so hold on. I'm gonna use the bathroom right quick. I'm just talking to myself at this point, but it's all good. It was crazy when I first started doing these streams on just Twitch. I was doing 4-hour streams in the beginning. Like, I don't know how. It's like I feel like I unlocked something or unlocked something again, but it's also like I feel like I don't want to like kind of like make it so that I feel like any type of way about doing 2-hour streams. Like that's like something bad. You feel what I'm saying? Like I don't want to feel like 3 hours has to be my like 3 hours has to be like my like standard, you know? I'm conflicted, but I do feel like this is an evolutionary period. And again, if you watch to this point in the video, you're a fucking G. I'm not gonna lie. But I do feel like some sort of evolutionary period, and I think I'm just like doing it in real time, so I can't see what it is, you know. But that 6 hour stream was telling. That did something different to me. I don't know what, but maybe it's just a precursor for longer streams. I don't know. Maybe it's a precursor for the 8 hour stream. Something about the 8 hour stream just doesn't seem that appealing to me though. But I would do it. It would be more or less to do it. But I would kind of be like, whatever about it. It'd have to be like, it's almost like if I do an 8 hour stream, it's better to not do it by myself. You know, so there's like actually dynamic range to what we're doing. Yeah, bro. I'm not even tired though. I slept for like 6 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. And it was crazy because I pulled an all-nighter before, so I'm surprised I'm still not tired. But yeah, after I got off of the 6 hour stream last night, I should have said this earlier in the stream. Damn. After I got off, like I definitely could have kept streaming. You know, after I got off, I just stayed up. And then it was like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and then it got light outside 8 a.m. And I just like started doing work. Like, it's fucked up. Ty said he's heading to bed. W stream, appreciate you. Yeah, I'll probably end it soon. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. I don't know what I'm doing. It's cool though. You're right. The Michael Jackson talk was dope though. I'm definitely gonna chapter it. Maybe I'll put him on the thumbnail. Appreciate you, W Ty. New mic is en route, by the way. Hell yeah. That's what's up. Game changer. Game changer. Yeah, I feel like good audio definitely like helps. You know what I mean? Like, I think good audio is better and then good video quality, in my opinion. You obviously want the best of both, but I think I would choose audio over the video because there's a lot of circumstances where your video could be a little shaky, but the audio, bad audio is unforgivable. Not, it just depends. It depends on how bad it is. Like mid audio, I think is okay as long as you can hear it, but bad audio is just like, damn, bro. Damn. That's so crazy. I remember the 2 hour mark coming and I just didn't. It was just like everything just started piling up at that point. So we didn't even start talking about Michael Jackson until past the 2 hour point. That's like one of those ones where you like end the stream and then like start another one. So it counts as the next day so you can come back. Put it on mute. I'll see you less than 24. Exactly. I think it does a thing. Do me a favor and put it on like the slight setting before, because I think when you're on mute, it doesn't count it as an active view. Or maybe it's your speakers that you can mute. But I'm about to end it anyways. It's not even that big of a deal, honestly. Not do what you gotta do. Don't run your power up. I'm about to end anyways. So interesting how when it calculates like all the things. Appreciate you, Ty. Appreciate you for tapping in on the tap in. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back in this thing. Tomorrow's Sunday. November 30th. Oh shit, this month's about to end. How many days? There's not 31 days in November, huh? So it's like the first is on like Monday or Tuesday. Yeah. Oh, damn, the first is on Monday. Shit. Okay. All right, we'll take care of that. That's cool. Yeah. Trying to rack up those pennies while I can, you know. We got to rack up the pennies until we can rack up the dollars. Hopefully this will give a clear indication. I don't know. I don't care if I make 50 cents. It's been going up though. I think it's up to like the more I stream, I can get it from like 50 cents to like 70 cents, I think. But it's weird though because it counts like if I go past the 12 o'clock mark, it starts to put that into the next day, so it's kind of hard to like calculate the exact amount you make for stream. But yesterday was interesting. It was an all right amount. I mean, not all right. Like this is not anything. This is not pay your rent shit. This is not. This is like, if I keep this rate up, it's like. Nah, it's like buy a couple pizza money at this point. But no, we're trying to get it up. We go from buy a couple pizza money to next it would be buy a couple pizza money to pay a bill, and then maybe pay a couple bills and then pay rent. That'd be the goal. And then after pay rent is like, oh, buy things, buy nice things, buy cool things, But what's crazy about this business model is that it's scalable. So like theoretically, I should be able to keep this same setup and scale this to paying rent from with this exact setup. I shouldn't have to do. I shouldn't really have. Of course, we invest in certain things to make the business stronger, or whatever. But like theoretically, I should be able to use this exact same setup, scale up my followers, increase my viewership, and be able to like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, of course, if I like invest in something that's like would be taking away from the profit, that would be bad. But like you can build it and use the same exact setup and scale it up by just becoming more known. So I think that's a good way to look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it virtually costs me nothing to do this, and I can like 3x this, 4x this, 5x this, or 10x this, what I'm doing now. You know what I'm saying? Like, pay some bills. So, really, and I think the almost guarantee way, not guaranteed, but like better way to increase your chance is just by keep going. Time, time. Like, did we get any followers today? We got we got 2 followers today on Kick. I don't. Did we get one on Twitch? Maybe. I can't remember. Maybe one on Twitch. Maybe that went in yesterday. So it's like you do. Just say it's an average of. We'll just say one average of. No, it's probably pretty low for Twitch. We'll do it per month. We'll just say an average of 10 followers a month. That would be 10 times, so I'll have 120 followers a year. So if you times that by 5 years is like 600 followers. You know what I'm saying? It's like that, and that's low scale, right? If you make 10 followers a month, that's low. But I think as you keep going, it gets easier because, okay, this person has 15,000 followers, I'll follow, is a better sell. Because people were in the beginning when I only had like 9 followers or 4 followers when I really literally first started, we're like, why would I follow you? You only have this many followers. So legitimacy, legitimacy goes a long way. And I was like thinking, like, I've been thinking about like the whole thing, the view botting, the everything, like perception is everything. It's like it's almost like you make a scene, you just do a little investment up early, or just this is just your model. You hire somebody to do your camera, maybe get a security, just spend a day or 4 hours walking around heavily populated areas. Try to still do crazy shit that's still viral on top of it, you know what I mean? Just do it as if, and people will probably naturally be like, are you streaming? Oh, how many people are watching? You view bot that shit up to like 1,000 or 2,000, right? They look you up. Oh, 2,000 people are watching. What the fuck? I mean, they might notice the chat is moving a little slow.
And then so imagine if you did that for like 5 hours and you got like, I don't know, 30 new followers. I'm just saying, it's like it can add up, you know what I'm saying? And then you can start to fill your bucket with real people that eventually follow and chat and watch. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So it is an interesting thing, and the whole, if you view bot a little bit, it'll place you higher up. So it's like the view botting doesn't directly help you, but indirectly, because then people are more apt to watch if they see other people watching. Because everybody can be interesting. You know, it's just that most people just don't have enough exposure for people to know that, you know what I'm saying? People might tune in at the wrong time when you're not saying something interesting. Everybody's interesting. Everybody's worth watching. You know, it's just that some people just don't have the exposure to get out there. And so if more live views equals more potential exposure on a live form platform, view botting just seems like, I don't know, it just seems like a solid method. And people do, it's like kind of an unfortunate thing. Yeah, you might not get paid for the views, but it'll push you up so you'll appear, you know. But even like the idea of view botting is kind of like, it still almost insinuates a type of success because, you know, I mean, it's fairly cheap to view bot, but like, it still insinuates that you have excess money to invest in your thing. So it's kind of like people might view that and might not take you as serious, but they still like recognize somebody that like wants it, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. I'm not planning on view buying, but I'm not planning on it. I just want to, and again, if I did do it, I would try to be like as transparent as I could about it and not hide it. Just kind of do it like I'm doing an experiment just to see that type of thing, rather than like, yo, we got 1,000 people in the chat, we lit, oh my god, you know what I mean? That would be funny though too. But the worst part about that is like you got to keep it up, or else it's like people will quickly realize. The worst part is like, because you can like set it and buy it for a certain amount of time, and you'll see people they'll buy the bots, and it'll be like, just say it's at like 1,000 or whatever, 1,000 people watching, and then all of a sudden it'll just die down to like 27, and you're like, you wait. I feel like if this was organic, it would die down to like 700 or 500, and that would still be devastating, you know? So to die down to 27, it's like, okay, this is the real viewership. And then like you'll see them like buy another pack of it, and it'll shoot back up to like 1,000 again, and you're like, okay, I can tell. It's very interesting. It's very, 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 very interesting. But it's like this shamelessly done thing where it's like, okay, maybe you notice, but shut the fuck up. Maybe these other people don't, you know. So I think there's a way to do it, and there's a way to do it like where you do a little bit just to. I think the most gangster way is just to like buy 50, right? 50 is cool. That would convince people that there's 50 people watching. You probably get. I think I had this whole conversation yesterday. It was a long day. Yeah, but just buy a little 50. Because that's reasonable. You could get up to 50 people. It'd still be like, whoa, 50? Like, especially if you're only getting like 10s and 12s and 15s. But like 50, that's realistic. 50, I mean, maybe buy 20. And then let your normal base add on to that, so it's like 30. That's not bad. 30 looks cool. I mean, 30 looks cool to small streamers. So big streamers are gonna laugh in your face, of course. Like, you know what I'm saying? You say 30 to a big stream, they're gonna be like 1,000, like, and you're like, nah. But anyway, damn, 419, good time. That's a good time. My favorite time. I think I hit a 419 last night. It's not 419 o'clock. It's 419 in the. For as long as minutes I've been on, but it's almost 419 o'clock too. 419. Shout out Erotica. The brand. I gotta bring Erotica back.
It's been too long. Shout out Eradicate in the chat. It's been too long. I'm kind of like out of my fashion. That was when I was trying to be in my fashion bag for like a year or 2 or 3. Or more than that, but yeah. I'm kind of like whatever about fashion at this point. Yeah, I think that's what happened with the shit went inactive. It went inactive. 420. Damn, bro. I kind of want to get off. I guess I should. When I have that feeling, I should get off, right? Yeah. All right, fuck it. We'll end it on 420. All right, dope. This is, I'm going to say deuces. It was a W stream. I'm trying to get it before 420 ends.